I was about 10 years old when I saw the most unsettling thing I've seen in my life. It was 1995, summer. I was riding my bike home from a friend's house, cutting through the empty schoolyard like I always did. The playground sat abandoned as it always did. I should have felt safe. Broad daylight, familiar setting, nothing unusual. But then I saw it. It was standing near the chain link fence, just beyond the basketball courts. At first, I thought it was a person. A tall man, maybe. But as I rode closer, something was wrong. Its body, too thin, and it was so dark, not wearing clothes like anything I'd ever seen. Its head, or whatever was atop its shoulders, was tilted downward, like it was studying something near its feet. I slowed my bike. My stomach hurt. Something about it made my skin crawl. The air felt different around it. It wasn't that summer breeze. It was heavy, thick. The cicadas had stopped, and it was silence that ran through my ears. Even the heat seemed less oppressive, like the sun itself had moved away from this thing. I could have just pedaled faster, and I should have just gone home, but I didn't. As if sensing me, the figure's head finally lifted, and that's when I saw its lack of a face. There were no eyes, no mouth, just a smooth black void. It was featureless, wrong in every way, and I can't really explain it, yet I knew it was looking at me, that it could see me, seeing it. I gripped the handlebars so tight that my knuckles were hurting. My feet were hovering over the pedals, caught between fight and flight. Then it moved, not towards me, just a hand. A long, dark void of a hand. And then it pointed at the slide. At first I didn't understand. The rusted metal slide was old, too hot to play on during the day. It stood there, empty. The surface was gleaming under the sun, and I glanced back at the figure. It hadn't moved. It was just pointing. And then I heard its voice. It was in my head. Go down the slide. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a command. I felt my body tense and my muscles were locking. My hands were trembling on the handlebars. My feet, as if controlled by something outside myself, shifted toward the ground. Go down the slide. The words were calm, patient, but insistent. My stomach twisted again. I didn't want to, but my legs swung over the bike seat anyway. My body moved on its own, like a puppet and invisible strings pulling me. My sneakers crutched against the gravel, and I walked forward. Just once, the voice said again. I was at the base of the slide now. I reached out, brushing the hot metal. It burned my skin, but I didn't pull away. I was shaking. I wanted to stop, to run, but I couldn't. A soft, slow, clicking sound echoed behind me. It was dry, like something tapping against bone. The figure hadn't moved. I couldn't see its face, of course, but I felt like it was smiling. My foot lifted, ready to climb the steps. Then a car horn blared. The sound had shattered whatever hold had been over me. My limbs snapped back to control, and I staggered away from the slide. I was trying to catch my breath. A car pulled up near the sidewalk. My neighbor, Mr. Reed. He was sitting in the driver's seat, staring at me with a frown. You okay, kid? I turned back to the fence. The thing was gone. I noticed the normal sounds returned. Cicadas. They were buzzing so loud it felt like they were drilled into my skull. The air was warm but breezy, Normal. I didn't answer Mr. Reed. I just bolted back to my bike. I pedaled as fast as I could, and I never cut through that schoolyard again. I never told anyone about what I saw, what nearly happened. But sometimes when I'd pass that playground or get a glance at that slide, I wonder what would have happened if I climbed those steps, if I'd sat down, let myself slide into whatever was waiting for me at the bottom. Surely I would have burned myself pretty bad. I don't know. I think about that moment a lot. I'll try to keep this short, but I'll have to give some background. To start, I'm pretty well versed in the supernatural at this point, from a technical and personal standpoint. I know how to protect myself and everything. One night, I was with some friends. We decided to play Ouija. Now, this isn't a cautionary tale about the Ouija board, as I've had many, many interesting and totally harmless sessions with it. This one, too, was safe, but scared us nonetheless. We had already gone through a few rounds successfully, having tons of fun. Then we met D. We talked to him for a while. He was a pimp who was born in Canada, but lived and worked in Mexico City. He was 41 when he died, in the year 1952. He was shot due to his job in the very building we were in. He had a wife and 2 kids, and his favorite color was purple. Our second time talking to him, there were only 3 of us left. It was around midnight. He was having trouble remembering things we asked him, like where he grew up, who his parents were. He barely remembered his wife and kids even. He confirmed that it was difficult to remember things in the afterlife. My friend Maria asked, "Is there anything you wanted to talk to us about?" L-I-F-E, he spelled out. "Do you want us to help you remember more about your life?" I asked. "Yes." "And how can we do that?" we asked. This was where things took a darker turn. The planchette moved to the O, to the U, then to the T. Out. D wanted out. My friends and I looked at each other. "Sorry, D," I told him. "We can't let you out." It really is one of the most important rules when playing Ouija. Never invite a spirit back to the world of the living. The planchette moved to yes. "No," Maria said. "We can't let you out." Our hands slid rapidly. N-O-W. We were all very uncomfortable at this point. "Okay," I said. "We're going to have to say goodbye now. Nice to meet you." As soon as I said we were leaving, the planchette practically flew over to the no. "Yeah," my friend Farrell said. "We're going now. Bye." There was a strange resistance when we moved the planchette across goodbye. I mean, wouldn't you be scared if the ghost you'd been talking to insisted that you let him out and said no when you tried to leave? It was by far the scariest paranormal experience I've had in my young life. When my mom was a little kid, her dad was killed in a road accident. The grief nearly broke my nan. She couldn't accept that he was gone, not entirely. And in her desperation, she started trying to contact him. It started small, leaving out little notes, whispering to the empty spaces of the house. But then my great aunt got involved. She was deep into the kinds of things that most people avoid: spiritualism, old rituals, things she claimed could pierce the veil between worlds. She convinced my nan that there was a way to reach my grandfather. All they needed was a board. They did it at night after the kids had gone to bed. The planchette moved with a mind of its own, spelling things my nan swore only her husband would know. At first, she believed. At first, it was comforting. But then the messages changed. The tone turned cruel. The thing on the board knew too much, things it shouldn't have known. And then, the worst part, it never left. Whatever they let out that night clung to my mom's older sister. She was 6 at the time. My mom was only 4. My mom refuses to talk about the worst of it, but the stories have never stopped. The scratches came first, deep, angry welts appearing overnight, sometimes fresh and bleeding in the morning. Then, objects moved, small things at first. A toy rolling across the floor, a spoon falling from the counter. But soon it escalated. Books were thrown across the room, plates shattered mid-air. The worst nights, the girls would wake up screaming, their hair being yanked by invisible hands. Doors locked on their own, not just bedroom doors, but the front door, the bathroom, even cabinets and drawers, trapping them, taunting them. My nan would have to fight with the locks, sometimes taking them clean off with a hammer, just to free her children. And then there was the fire. My mom swears she woke up to smoke filling her room one night. The source, her own bedside table. The wood itself had started to smolder, blackening and cracking as if someone had held a flame to it. No candles, no matches, nothing around it that could have caused it. Whatever it was never left my aunt. Even after she grew up and moved to another country, it followed. Her husband, her children. They all experienced the same things that she did as a child. Doors that lock on their own, objects moving, scratches. Cold spots that are so intense, they leave breath hanging in the air. The last time that she visited here, I made the mistake of staying overnight at my nan's house while she was there. I barely slept. The entire night, I felt watched. My phone screen kept lighting up by itself, as if someone was touching it. And then, around 3 a.m., I heard something, a soft, scraping sound, like nails dragging along the wall just beside my bed. I packed my bags and left before dawn. Now, when I visit my aunt's country, I stay in a hotel. No exceptions. People think these things aren't real, that Ouija boards are just games. But I'm telling you, once you open that door, you don't always get to close it. My aunt never even touched the board herself, and yet it latched onto her. It has haunted her for decades. It's haunted us all. Blessings, prayers, exorcisms, none of it has ever worked. So if you ever find yourself sitting in front of a board, staring at that little wooden planchette, ask yourself this: what if something answers? And worse, what if it never leaves? When I was 13, I woke up in the middle of the night, standing in front of my dresser mirror, my reflection staring back at me, my lips moving, repeating the same phrase over and over. The gift is coming. The gift is coming. The words felt rhythmic, almost like a chant. They were what finally pulled me into a full awareness. My mouth was still forming the sounds as I came to. My voice was flat and emotionless. The moment I realized what I was doing, a wave of unease washed over me. I talked in my sleep all the time, still do, but I'd never walked in my sleep before. I remember thinking it was weird, but eventually shrugging it off. I climbed back into bed, and by morning, the whole thing was little more than a passing thought. A couple of days later, my 2 friends came over. One of them had a Ouija board, which I'd never seen before and I didn't know much about. I played on it with them for a while, but it just spelled out random letters. Nothing made sense. Eventually I got bored and went into my room while my friends kept playing. A little while later, they packed it up, slightly disappointed. They wanted to walk to Dairy Queen instead. As we walked, I casually asked if anything had happened while they were playing. My friends just shrugged. Not really, one said. We were just asking dumb questions about our futures, like, will Heather get a boyfriend? What job will Elizabeth have? Stuff like that. Did it answer anything? I asked them. They both laughed. Not really. Mostly just gave random letters or stopped working. It was kind of lame. I remember asking, did you ask anything about me? Yeah, just a general question. Like, what does the future hold for Sierra? My stomach tightened for reasons I didn't really know. And I asked them. They glanced at each other before answering. That was actually the one time it spelled a real word. I hesitated, not sure if I wanted to know. What word? Gift, my friend said. G-I-F-T. A strange sensation prickled at the back of my neck. I hadn't told anyone about waking up in front of the mirror. I'd barely even thought about it since that night, but now, every detail came rushing back. The words I'd spoken in my sleep. The gift is coming. Something about it sent an unshakable unease through me. But what was even stranger to me at that age was my reaction. Normally, I was quite a talker. If something weird happened, I'd tell anyone who'd listen. But this time, I just said, oh. I wasn't scared. I wasn't worried about what they'd think. I just didn't want to talk about it. It felt like something that belonged to me alone, something I wasn't supposed to share. I'm 53 now. I only told this story for the first time about a year ago. It still pops into my head randomly, like an unsolved puzzle I was never meant to understand. I don't know if I ever received the gift. Maybe I already have it. Maybe I'll never know. Or maybe one day I'll wake up again, standing in front of a mirror, finally understanding what I've been waiting for. Years ago, right after high school, I got really into the occult. Still am, honestly, but I'm much more careful about it now. Back then, though, I was reckless. I messed around with Ouija boards, did ritual work without knowing what I was really inviting in, and let's just say, I learned the hard way that some things should be left alone. I've had my share of weird experiences, shadow people, sleep paralysis, even run-ins with a figure known as the Hat Man. But nothing compares to the night that I encountered something far worse. Something I'm pretty sure attached itself to me. At the time, I was living with my aunt. One night I woke up to use the bathroom, nothing out of the ordinary. But when I came back to my room, the second I stepped inside, I felt it. The air was ice cold. I could literally see my breath. My gut dropped, and every hair on my body stood on end. Somehow, I wasn't alone. There was something in the corner of my room. I couldn't see it, not at first, but I knew it was there. I tried to ignore it, climbed back into bed, pulled the blanket up, but the second I shut my eyes, a deep, consuming hatred washed over me. It wasn't just fear. It was something else, something dark and furious. My heart started going crazy. My body locked up, and then, from that corner, I heard a whisper. It wasn't English. It wasn't any language I recognized, but it was right there, inches from me. And then I saw her. She drifted out of the shadows, tall, impossibly pale, with matted black hair hanging in her face. Her dress was filthy. It was torn, like she'd clawed her way out of the ground. And the smell, sulfur, rot, something dead. It flooded my nose, making me gag. I knew I wasn't dreaming. I'd never smelled anything in my dream before. This was really happening. She didn't just stand there. She moved, slow, towards my bed, and then got into it. Before I knew it, she was hovering above me, her face just inches from mine. her lips moving, still whispering words I couldn't understand. And then suddenly, her hands were on me, one around my throat, the other forcing its way into my mouth. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. Everything started to go dark. The next thing I knew, my aunt was shaking me awake. I was on the floor at the foot of my bed. My throat was burning. She was in a panic, saying she heard thumps, muffled screams. She came in and saw me thrashing, shaking violently, before I tumbled off the bed. And sure enough, when I looked in the mirror, a bruise circling my entire neck. For a while, things calmed down, but she wasn't gone. I saw her again. I felt her again. And every time it got worse. Then in 2018, I met my fiancé. When I moved in with her, I told her everything. She's Wiccan, comes from a long line of witches, and the first thing that she did was cleanse and smudge me. She gave me crystals for protection, did another cleansing on the house. For a while, it seemed like it worked, but ever so often, I still see her, especially in my nightmares, in the corner of my vision when I'm out in public. It's like she's just watching. Whenever that happens, my fiancé does another round of smudging, and it's enough to keep whatever this thing is at bay. But I know it's still there, lurking, and every time I feel it, something bad follows. I know now what evil feels like, and the thing is, once you know it, you never forget. In another timeline, me and my partner most likely wouldn't have gotten married, simply from my horrible first impression of him. Nowadays, his emo fashions transitioned into a comfortable ska surf punk style, and he's about 5 cans short of a six-pack he once had. But back in our early 20s, Liam went by Lee, and he was a flippy-haired scene kid that indulged in the macabre, with an equally shocking and dark sense of humor. On the inside, he was a soft, gentle boy whose sadness poetically filled a notebook hidden in his closet. Liam truly had and still has a beautiful mind and a beautiful soul. But when we first met, he came off as a total pretentious asshole. Well, he really just came off as a big old drunk. The occasion was for a mutual friend's birthday. It was a house party on a Saturday night. I hadn't planned on staying out too late or drinking too much because I had to work in the morning. Plus, I'd already been there all day to help decorate. The house had a huge sound system in the living room that, for the most part, stayed at a reasonable low muffle from outside. I'm on the back deck giving my hugs goodbye before I get on the road. And as I'm getting ready to leave, a few of Lee's friends were asking around if anyone had seen Lee. With the amount of attendees at the party, I hadn't even known they were there that night until they approached us. Nobody on the deck had seen him. We all shook our heads no. They were both stumbling drunk and couldn't narrow down a time frame beyond them being 100% sure that Lee had been with them when they got to the party. Both friends looked stressed, but I hadn't known Lee well enough to share their emotions, and when they walked away to ask the next group, I wrapped up my goodbyes and left. On my way home, a pervasive smell kept wafting up my nose, so I closed the vents, and that didn't help. So I opened them up and rolled the windows down, and that helped a little. But as soon as I'd rolled the windows back up, this foul odor was immediately right in my face again. I'm thinking that I must have stepped in something or hit a pregnant skunk on the way out, because that was how unbelievably overpowering it was as I drove. The route home was long, and the 2-lane highway was windy with zero visibility past my headlights. Then I started hearing low, animalistic growls that couldn't have been human. The house party I was at was located deep in the woods, and I was literally shaking with fear, thinking, What if I had been smelling a wild animal that was waking up in my back seat? I slowed my drive and pulled over to the shoulder with my hazards on. There was nothing I had to protect myself if the creature would have leapt from the darkness of my back seat, and the dome light was dead center of the front and back seat. I was trembling, reaching my hand out to flip it on. When I did, the car's interior lit up and I was met with a sight I hadn't expected. There was, in fact, a dirty wild animal waking up in my back seat, but it was of the human variety. Lo and behold, Lee, in a pitiful display of tolerance that night, had shown up to the party already completely wasted. Instead of following his friends into the house to continue the party, he found the first unlocked car to pass out in, and lucky me, he chose the back seat of my Nissan. He'd been puking on the floor of my car for hours possibly, enough for the liquid to pool on the floor below his hanging head. Thankfully, the floor was protected with tough rubber mats, but he didn't keep it isolated just to the floor mats. Oh no, it was everywhere back there. Even spattered on the back window. I didn't want to know how it got up there. It was disgusting, and I was horrified. That moment disrupted all 5 of my senses at once. No, I couldn't taste him, but the smell in my nostrils made it as if I could. The screams I should have been emitting were replaced by dry heaves, watching Lee push himself up to a seating position. This bold Romeo that had just awoken chooses not to acknowledge any of the many things wrong with the moment, but instead, he says, "Hey, baby, you fine. What's your name?" Before I can tell him to get the fuck out of my car, he feels another wave about to hit and dives out on his own accord. My car was already ruined. He might as well have just finished what he was doing in the back seat. It was all the same at this point, but I was grateful for his gesture, I guess. Lee walks a couple of yards into the tall grass and starts the second round of his waterfall impersonations. I'm trying not to look in that direction to give him some privacy, but if I wanted to see a pile of his puke, I could have satisfied my cravings by looking into my back seat. Hell, I could have looked directly up and still seen some. Now, I bet you're thinking, Doris, the story of how you met your future husband is scary, but in a more esoteric way. And that's not what I came here for. Up to now, you would be correct, but this is when an authentic scare happens. One that we can all feel weird about. While Lee's throwing up outside the right passenger door, I'm drum tapping on the steering wheel, waiting for him to finish. That's when, from the opposite side, so on my driver's side window, I hear 3 taps. I thought I'd dropped an eyeliner between the seats because the taps were gentle, but when I glanced in the direction of the noise, there was a man pressed up against my window. If I hadn't been wearing my seatbelt, the shock of seeing him there would have launched me out of my seat. There was no reasonable place for this man to have come from. I was parked on the side of a 2-lane highway, dark, miles from any house or business, and it looked like my scream of distress. It made him smile, like his intentions were to scare me, and he got what he wanted. His big, toothy grin only intensified my emotions. I was pretty terrified, but also a little embarrassed now. Keeping my window rolled up, I start yelling at him, "What do you want? Get away from my car." And to this, he takes a few steps back from the window and says, "Hey, you haven't seen a little black dog running around here, have ya?" He was an older man with a straw hat, dressed in a coat too big for his body. Under, he wore a dirty white button-up, thick black suspenders holding up his pants that also looked baggy on him. I shook my head no to his question, and he says, "Yeah, okay. Thanks anyway." From the other side, I can still hear Lee in the bushes. He had no clue what was happening only a few feet away. The man in the straw hat continued to stand there, staring at me. All I could do was stare back at him. Then he finally turns like he's going to walk away, but before he goes, He says the most unsettling thing, all with the creepy smile that never left his face. He says, "I wouldn't be out here too long if I were you. Those red lights blinking like that will attract demons out here." I didn't respond. The man's presence was intimidating, not in the way of a physical threat. He was an elderly, small man, but there was something about him that scared me deeply, internally. From the way he arrived to the way he left, it was like I'd met the devil himself. Then he turned to his left with his hands raised to his mouth to project the sound of his voice, and he called out, "Sandy, come out, girl." He whistled loudly, putting 2 fingers in his mouth. I turned to see if Lee got startled by the whistle, but he was already back in the car. The front of his shirt was covered in puke, and he looked miserable. This time he got into the front seat, and after closing the door, he asked me if I had just whistled. I say no, it was that guy. But as I scan the dark road, left to right, there's no sign of him. Lee never saw him. I could feel the hair on my arm stand stiff, and before Lee could even put on his seatbelt, I turned off my hazards and punched the gas, kicking up the gravel on the shoulder of the road as I got back onto the highway. The man had all but disappeared. I kept looking in my rearview mirrors, hoping my backlights would pick him up, but the road was empty. Lee is in and out of consciousness, trying to give me directions to his house while I'm driving as fast as I can without killing us on the turns. It doesn't end there. A few miles down the road, I have to slam on my brakes. Inertia sends Lee's sleeping corpse into my dashboard. His forehead slightly cracks my windshield. He's groggy, cussing, and confused why I just did that. But this time, my reasoning is undeniable, because we could both see it. There, drenched in my headlights, sitting in the middle of the road, was a little black dog. It didn't flinch as the sound of my tires burning rubber to stop screeched towards it, and it didn't move after I honked a few times. I hear Lee's door pop open. He's about to go out and grab the dog, but before he can, I say nope and drive cautiously, but quickly, around this dog in the road. I'm driving slow, but the moment we're past the dog, I was feverishly looking in my rear views. Sure, it's dark, but it's clear that the dog we'd just seen was now much taller. There was no way that old man made it this far on foot, beat us to this area. But there was no way that was a dog, either. I slap Lee on his chest and tell him, look, and he sees it too. Even in his drunkest, he slurs out, "What the fuck was that?" My foot got a little heavier on the gas. No way had that just happened. Honestly, it had me so rattled, I'd forgotten Lee was in my car. Only 2 minutes away from my own house is when I realized it, and I decided he could shower and sleep on my couch. Someone was going to need to clean my car out the next day anyway. So yeah, my love story and horror story essentially took place on the same night. Lucky me. Have you ever felt the presence of evil? Not just the unsettling feeling of being watched, but something deeper, ancient, patient, and malicious. I have, and I'll never forget. It started out as a dare, an old abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts of town, swallowed by time and neglect. People often whispering about it, stories of disappearances, strange lights at night, and voices that carried through the wind. I didn't believe any of that, for the record, but the moment I laid eyes on the place, I knew something was wrong. The house loomed in the dying light, its paint long stripped away, leaving behind weathered wood like brittle bones. The windows, open, dark, and empty, as if the house itself was actually watching. The air felt heavier the closer we got to the house. It smelled like dust and damp rot, but beneath that, something else, something sour and metallic, like old blood. Getting inside wasn't easy. The front door was swollen with age and the hinges were rusted, and it took all three of us pushing to make it open. The moment we were inside, the temperature dropped. Not a little, a sudden, breath-stealing cold that settled into me. My skin prickled, and a weight pressed against my chest, like something I couldn't see was leaning in. Inside, it was like time had stopped. The furniture was still in place, dust-covered but untouched. A table set for dinner, plates and silverware laid out as if expecting guests that never came. A single chair knocked over. Near the door, a pair of black boots sat neatly beside a dusty old jacket. It was draped over the banister. The air reeked of age and that something else, that something wrong. On the floor, brittle newspaper clippings were scattered, dating back to the 1930s and 40s. Some were yellowed. Others looked almost fresh, too clean to have been sitting there for decades. My stomach was in knots. The headlines were bizarre. Local farmer vanishes without a trace. Wife claims the house took him. Another read, strange lights reported over old farmstead. No signs of entry, no signs of exit. The farther I read, the worse it got. Reports of disappearances, sudden madness, even stories of people turning up miles away with no memory of how they got there. The longer we stayed there, the more unbearable the feeling became. My gut was screaming for me to leave. Every instinct I had was literally clawing at me. All of this telling me that we weren't alone. My friends whispered to each other, their voices tight. It was like they felt it too, but didn't want to admit it. Then, a noise. It was a soft creak from upstairs. We all froze. The house was empty. It was supposed to be empty. But that sound, it was deliberate. A floorboard bending under weight, slow, purposeful. I turned to the others. We need to go. No one argued. We backed toward the front door, our movements careful and controlled. It was like we were prey trying not to startle a predator. I could feel something watching us just beyond sight. The moment my foot crossed to the outside, I felt the shift. The door slammed behind us. It was with a force that rattled the windows. We stood there, stunned, staring at the now closed door. The house loomed in silence, as if daring us to try again. But we didn't. We ran. I don't know what we disturbed that night, but I do know one thing. Evil is real. It's not always a person, not always something you can explain. Sometimes it's a place, and once you've felt it, you'll never forget. So I ask again, have you ever felt the presence of evil? My friend, when I was 9, lived in a 900-year-old family-inherited farmhouse in England. It was one of the most beautiful buildings I'd ever seen. Huge rooms and bright, airy windows, with massive wood fireplaces to keep it warm and snug in the winter. And then there was the attic. There was an old, winding, solid staircase that was behind a heavy, locked door, leading up to a room the size of the bottom floor itself. My friend was always curious, but told not to mess around up there. One day, my friend got a hold of the keys while her dad was tending to the fields and the horses that they boarded. She opens up the door and it swings heavily open. She requests that I follow her. As soon as that cool, damp, musty air hit us, so did a wave of terror. The only other time I felt such strong fight or flight was when I was involved in a car collision in my teens. That pure, helpless, I'm dead and I can feel it coming. Just put my heart in my throat. My friend noticed I was pale and said, "I don't like it." She paused on the third step up, and I was on the first. We climbed back down, locked the door, and returned the keys. That night we were playing board games before bed, and she got up to use the bathroom. When she opened her door to go, she realized the locked and latched door to the attic was wide open. All I heard was her scream, "Dad!" and he came running. He immediately told her off for going up into the attic and taking the keys to bed with us. She, of course, denied it and didn't say that we went up earlier. He was perplexed when he couldn't find the keys in her room. Then he looked a little more unsettled when he came back to her room. He had the keys in his hands. They were clearly still downstairs, where we hadn't been in that time. He sternly told us not to go into the attic, as the flooring is dangerous, and we'd be in trouble if we did it again. I didn't sleep over much again after that. Years later, she told me that when she was 16, she took them again as curiosity got to her. She felt the same wave of terror, but this time, went as far as going to the top step. There was nothing there, simply some old linen and a cardboard empty box on its side. She hurriedly went downstairs and locked it back up. For weeks after, she would hear odd bangs that seemed to be muffled and coming from the attic. She never attempted it again. Last month, I visited my aunt in North Carolina. I was supposed to stay with her for a week, but I only lasted 2 days. She's getting older, and her husband died last year, so I just wanted to make sure she was doing okay. Everything seemed really normal at first. She was in good spirits. We had a nice dinner. And then I went to brush my teeth before bed and realized there was no mirror in the bathroom. It had been taken off the wall. In fact, there were no mirrors left anywhere in the house. I figured it was one of those trauma reactions where she just didn't want to see herself. But when I asked her about it, she said that she had to take the mirrors away because my uncle was haunting her. And not only was he haunting her, he had turned into a demonic, twisted version of himself. Clearly, this was a different level of struggling than I had imagined. I felt out of my depth. It's one thing if she couldn't bear to see herself. It's another issue entirely if she's seeing literal demons. I don't know much about psychology, but I know people handle grief in strange ways. Even so, this felt like it was on the extreme side. I called my dad to tell him what was going on. He asked me to keep an eye on her until he could get there that weekend. Fine, sounded simple enough. She was still eating, taking care of herself, just without mirrors. The next day, I did my best to avoid the topic entirely, and things seemed more normal. My aunt wanted to take me to dinner that evening, so I took a shower and used a hand mirror for my makeup. About halfway through, I put the mirror down to find the right eyeshadow, and when I picked it back up, I saw a gray, rotting face over my shoulder. It shocked me so badly that I threw the mirror across the room and it shattered. My aunt heard the noise and came running. She looked from me to the mirror and knew that I saw it, but didn't say anything. Instead, we went to dinner like nothing had happened. By the time we were in the restaurant, it didn't feel real anymore. The world was going about its business like any other day. It made a lot more sense that I would have imagined the demon face. I was far from home, and all the spooky talk had just got into my head, right? No big deal. On the way home, we stopped at CVS to fill my aunt's prescription, and I secretly bought a new mirror. When we got back to the house, I went to my room and stared into it for half an hour without seeing a thing. Hypothesis confirmed. There was no demon. I was just shamefully impressionable. The next morning, I started putting my makeup on, looked away for 2 seconds, and bam, there it was again, with cloudy, milky white eyes. This time, I managed to refrain from throwing the mirror. but only barely. When I looked again, the figure was gone. I don't know what the hell it is, but I don't think it's my uncle. That thing, it's something evil. It gave me the cold sweats feeling down to my bones and in the pit of my stomach. Every fiber of me wanted to recoil into a ball and disappear. I took my aunt shopping to get us out of the house, and again, a little time in the real world had me questioning my sanity. I couldn't have actually seen what I thought I saw. It's just not possible. So we got home. I looked in the mirror again, and nothing. But then I looked away and looked back a few times, and there it was, clear as day. I forced myself to keep looking, to really take it in. It was really there. It wasn't some trick of the light or a figment of my imagination. It was there. After a few seconds, a skeletal hand started reaching over my shoulder, and I couldn't take it anymore. The mirror went sailing across the room and broke against the wall. When I finally stopped crying, I called my dad. He didn't believe a word of it, but he definitely didn't want me staying with my aunt any longer. So he left work to come down early. As soon as he got there, I booked a flight home. My dad stayed for 3 days before he got my aunt a new place and listed the house for sale. I talked to my aunt earlier today. She hasn't seen anything since she left that house, so we're hoping whatever that thing was, it got left behind. I feel sorry for whoever buys that house, though. Does anyone truly believe that they've seen a supernatural or alien being? When I was 17, I believe I saw a demon. I woke up in the middle of the night, thirsty. I went into the kitchen to get some water, which wasn't unusual. When I walked into the kitchen and flipped on the light, I saw what I can only describe as a large, golem-looking creature. It looked at me in the face, and it screeched. A noise I can never replicate, but I'll never forget. Then, it crawled on the walls into the unlit part of the house. Well, after confirming I wasn't sleeping or dreaming, I ran into my room, turned on music, and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I've only told a handful of people about it, and yes, I'm completely serious. I'm not out here trying to get anyone to believe in demons or anything like that. I'm honestly just wondering how many people out there have had similar things happen to them. It can make you feel crazy at times. I was 22 when I saw something I can't explain. I've kept it to myself for years, but I still think about it almost every day. At the time, I lived in a tiny studio apartment in a rundown building downtown. The place had paper-thin walls, flickering fluorescent lights in the hallways, and a weird draft that I could never quite pinpoint. It was late, past midnight, and I'd been up writing. I just started my first book and was making decent progress. But that night, the words weren't coming. I was tired, frustrated, and decided to take a break. I stepped outside into the narrow alleyway behind my building. It wasn't much of a view, just a brick wall and a few dumpsters, but it was quiet. I lit a cigarette and stared at the ground, trying to clear my mind. And that's when I heard something rustling in the shadows near the dumpsters. At first, I thought it was a raccoon or a stray cat. I leaned forward, squinting into the dark and muttering something like, "Hey, shoo." But whatever it was didn't run. Instead, the rustling stopped, and that's when I saw it. It was crouched low, its skin pale, almost translucent, like it hadn't seen sunlight in years. Its body was wiry and twisted, with limbs too long for its frame. I was blinking profusely, trying to figure out if I was really seeing this thing. And then I saw its eyes, large and reflective, catching the faint light of a nearby street lamp. and then a smile. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The thing tilted its head, like it was studying me. I watched it crawl towards me, its movements jerky, unnatural, like it was trying to mimic how a person might move, but it just didn't quite know how to do that. I stumbled back, dropping my cigarette. My mind was screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. It got within a few feet of me, close enough that I could see that it was real, and close enough to see the way its ribs jutted out from its chest. And then it stopped. It stared at me for what felt like forever. And then I watched it scurry up the wall beside me, just like that, and faster than anything I'd ever seen. Hands and feet pressed against the brick like some kind of giant insect. It disappeared onto the roof within seconds. And then I was left in the quiet again. I bolted back into my apartment, locking the door and shoving a chair under the handle for good measure. I sat there with my back against the wall, shaking, until the sun came up. I didn't sleep for days. To this day, I have no idea what I saw. I've gone over it in my head 1,000 times, trying to rationalize it. A hallucination from too much caffeine, a dream I mistook for reality. But it felt real, the way it looked, the sounds it made, the way it moved, and I can't shake it. I moved out of that building a year later, but no amount of distance has ever made me feel fully safe from whatever it was. I want to preface this by saying that I know this story is going to upset people, but since it's my story, I think we can all agree that it upsets no one more than me. So here goes. My mom had a rough childhood. A psychologist might suggest her hoarding of animals and things were to compensate for the attachment issues my grandparents ingrained into her character as a child. She exhibited unhealthy coping habits as an adult because her needs weren't met when she was young, and therefore she didn't possess the knowledge within her to be a tentative mother when it was her turn to raise me. She made childish decisions while being manically impulsive and explosive with her emotions. Adult tantrums louder than my kid voice could scream showed me that screaming doesn't fix things. I watched her do that with people at the store, people on the phone, and with me, unable to separate volume from valid points. This personality type often doesn't make a lot of friends, and the ones that she did have had issues of their own that made my mom look great in comparison, or enabled and ignored her behavior because they felt sorry for us. Never being shown real love through loyalty, my mom gravitated towards rescuing abused dogs and cats that she'd find on the streets, or one of her friends' boyfriends needed to get rid of. And that's how we got William. He was a Rottweiler mix that was beaten and starved by the old owner. My naive mom didn't believe her boyfriend could be equally as cruel to her. When they broke up, she kept William. The guy actually just left William with us and never came back. I didn't like that dog. The hostile environment it was raised in made William naturally aggressive. We had a futon that he'd crawl under with my toys. The first time I'd gotten on my hands and knees to retrieve them, he waited under the futon while I got real low and stretched my arm in as far as I could. I had one of my toys in my hand when William attacked me. His teeth sunk into my forearm and almost broke it. His bites were so fast, it was a matter of seconds, but that was enough for William to get my arm real good. Enough that my mom reluctantly had to drive me to the hospital and get stitches. Before we got there, she told me to tell the doctors I was attacked by a neighborhood dog. From what my mom told me about William, he'd been beaten so bad, he had brain damage. It was a deeply saddening situation that my mom had rescued him from, but in her efforts, she'd brought a danger into our home, and I began to think that he was possessed more than brain damage. He wasn't a dumb dog. Most of the time, William was calm and timid, and then like that, he'd snap. His tail would freeze, and he'd start shaking his body like his fur was wet. The shake would last close to 20 seconds, and then William would freeze, start rolling his head in slow, full circles. Most noticeably, the fur would stand different on his body. I only saw him do the shake thing once, but I knew to stay away from William when I saw all the hair look prickly and stuff. The change was subtle, but the things he did in this altered state felt more deliberate. In the morning before school one morning, I was getting ready to leave for the bus. My backpack was missing from where I'd put it. I start rushing around the house looking for my backpack. When I enter my bedroom, the lights are off. I trip over something large laying right inside the doorway of my room. I faceplant and feel my backpack under me. Then William gets a hold of my left leg, starts tugging my leg like a chew rope. The pain is sharp. The receptors in my brain are instantly alarming my body with jolts of pain as William takes bite after bite of my leg. I try pulling away. I even tried slapping his head, but he wouldn't let go. William didn't growl or bark. He didn't snarl. His attack was intentional. Like noise was for intimidation, and he knew I was way beyond afraid of him. My bedroom window faced the street opposite of my front door. I can hear the school bus going from left to right, getting ready to turn down the road in front of my house. William also hears the bus, his ears tilted back, and he drops my leg from his mouth, walks away like nothing happened. The bites weren't hospital level. My jeans were torn and I was bleeding, but only in spots and not profusely. My mom also wasn't home that morning. I knew my only chance to get an adult to look at my injuries would be to get to my bus stop. Grabbing my backpack with me as I got up, it hurt to put a lot of weight on that leg. Somehow, though, I managed to get myself all the way out the door, locking it behind me into my bus, just as it was about to close its doors. The bus driver looked at my pants and then looked at me. It wasn't his job, nor did he have the proper medical equipment available on the bus. We both knew this, and without a word to each other, I took my seat and the bus continued picking up the rest of the children. Once I got to school, I went straight into the nurse's office. This wasn't the first time I'd been attacked by this neighborhood dog. I knew they were getting suspicious of how repetitive these injuries were. They asked if I had a dog at home. I was only allowed to talk about the 3 small dogs we had. Those dogs my mom took everywhere with her. The bite marks on my leg were far too big for dogs those size to inflict. I was never allowed to speak of the dysfunctions inside my home, the physical altercations I'd witnessed between my mom and her boyfriends, her alcoholism. I was brainwashed into having a mindset that it was us against the world. She's all I got, and I was all she had. I had no power over the situation I was in, and I coped the best I could with what I thought was normal. My clothes were dirty, and classmates would bully me about the way I smelled. I couldn't smell myself, so I didn't know what to do. This sad memory I'm mentioning specifically because on the day I decided to teach myself how to use the washer and dryer, I knew from commercials that there were things that you had to put into the washer to make your stuff smell good. We didn't have any of those things in our house. A single box of some generic detergent laid sideways on the closed lid of the washer. It was empty. That empty box smelled how I wished my clothes did. I set the box on the ground and replaced it with a handful of dirty clothes that I'd collected. Stuffing as much as I could into the top loader, I forced the lid back down and pressed start on the washer. Our laundry room was a little room that enters from a door in the kitchen. It felt like the temperature dropped when I turned to leave the laundry room area, and when I did, William was sitting on the other side of the kitchen, blocking the only way out into the rest of the house. His teeth are showing, like he's snarling, but the kitchen's completely quiet. To my right, the kitchen sink turns on full blast. The noise and spray of the mist against my shoulder shocks me. I flinch for a second, and in that blink, William, sitting in the same position, same scary face, is now sitting a few feet closer in the kitchen, off the dining room carpet now, and fully onto the linoleum. An almost crippling wave of anxiety fills my chest. Then, the faucet handle started flipping up and down, turning the water back and forth from on to off, and then back on again. The droplets landing on me were gradually becoming hotter, until it felt how bacon grease did when I'd cook it in the pan. Steam had also started to slowly fill the kitchen where we stood. Its diameter was probably 5 by 12. It was narrow. The floor plan only comfortably allowed one person in there to move freely. I had to divert my attention from William over to the faucet, and when I grabbed the metallic curved handle, it was hot. There was a force moving the faucet handle, though. I felt it move when my palm first grasped it, before pulling. It almost slipped up from my hands. It gave me the terror sensation like a nest of spiders had hatched in between my fingers. But instead, it was something that I couldn't see, pushing and pulling the handle around. When my hand grabbed it, the pressure lightened and increased like it had bumped something and tried again. Then it stopped and I pulled down. It had to be fractions of a second that this all happened. Grab handle, gross feeling, push handle off. I stepped back from the sink and quickly looked down again to see that William had moved a few tiles closer. I'd memorized exactly where he was, and it was only 2 tiles closer at most, but I didn't know how. I didn't know why he was doing this to me. I was cornered with no way out. The house phone, it was behind William, at the end of the kitchen counter. We both stood in the kitchen having a staring contest. As the steam dissipated, it rapidly cooled down again, and the mist that was once burning my skin had turned into an extra layer of cold for me to contend with. William opened his mouth like he was going to yawn, but he didn't close back down. He sat completely still, with his mouth wide open. Warm tears quickly added to the uncomfortable chill I was experiencing. William was easily my size or larger. He definitely outweighed me and outstrengthened me. The light switch to the kitchen is just outside the kitchen on the wall that is shared with the dining room. It makes a snap noise when you move the single panel switch. When the light starts flickering above, I can hear the snapping sound, just like the faucet. It starts turning on and off and on, and the next time that it turned off, the snapping sound stopped and the light stayed off. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life. It was like I was watching what I was seeing from the backseat of a car. I couldn't move. I could only witness what was happening around me like a movie. I was fear-stricken, but a low sound, quiet even in the silence, was able to pull me back into my body and away from the helpless fog. I heard William growl for the first time. It was a deep rumble that was broken up almost like caveman grunts. I screamed and hopped backwards onto the washer. I turned on the small light that only illuminated the laundry room. Anything past that line was completely dark. Along with the stuttered grunts, I could hear the nails on William's paws click on the linoleum. The sound grows until they're just outside the light. I could barely see him with the limited light that reflected off his chest fur, his muzzle that was now shut, and his eyes. There was something wrong with his eyes. There was no doubt in my mind that he could easily reach me from the top of the washer. At any moment, he was capable of dragging me off of the washer and mauling me to death in the kitchen. I honestly believed that that's how I was going to go that night. In my adolescent mind, I thought William was going to eat my whole body, and my mom was going to think I ran away. In a last-ditch effort, I grabbed the empty box of detergent lying beside me, and I hold it in front of my face like a flimsy shield. William stands on his hind legs and puts his front paws onto where I'm laying. He stood above me with the cardboard being the only thing between us. While his drool landed on the box, an odor filled my nose that was unworldly. William smelled like sulfur. It was pungent. My arms held that flimsy box in front of me while the rest of my body curled up like a shrimp, trying to get as small as possible. Then he started his vibrating, patterned growls. When they stopped, there wasn't enough will in my body not to stay exactly how I was. My arms were going numb, and my defense slowly lowered until I could see that William wasn't there anymore. The kitchen lights had turned back on, and my mom standing there, startled to see me on the washer. Both of us noticed at the same time that all of the cupboards in the kitchen had been opened and the drawers pulled out. The sight of all of this opens up a pit in my stomach, like a free fall into paranoia and dread. She scolds me, believing that I had done it, telling me I was going to bend the metal lid of the washer and the landlord was going to kick us out. Trying to tell her about William was only met with transferring the blame to me. I needed to stop messing with that dog. He was abused. I should take him for more walks after school. Now get off the fucking washer and close all this shit up. By then, my clothes were done. I threw them into the dryer afterwards with no idea what setting to turn the dial to. Any setting I would have chosen probably couldn't have dried my shirts and jeans with just one cycle. I found that out when I woke up in the morning. Not only did they not smell like the box I held in front of my face all night, they smelled mildewy. They were damp, and I was cold that day. The night's previous efforts were for nothing, less because my clothes were wet. I went to school that day filled with hate, and I took it out on the first bitch that asked for it. Standing in line waiting to enter my student number, I hear the group behind me snickering. I turn around. I found the girl laughing the loudest. I'd never been in a fight before that moment, but standing in the cafeteria that day, I consciously chose violence. It was clear the other girls hadn't been in a fight either. My punch wasn't lethal. It barely grazed her cheek, but it was enough to give her a little bruise. And I guess more importantly, instead of fighting me back, the girl's eyes just filled with tears. She and her group of friends immediately told on me to the lunchroom teachers, and I was sent to the principal's office, resulting in a 3-day suspension. My mom was furious. Her denial of the environment we lived in was fueled by projections of her qualities as a mom. When we got home, she told me that my new job at home will be to take William out for more walks. She only remembered her side of the conversation. I was forced to walk William. My mom was at home when I was at school, and she made sure that we got out of her hair while she got ready for work that afternoon. The house we lived in was part of an affordable housing program offered by a nonprofit. Our neighbors were degenerates and bums. The park down the street from my house would usually be a no-go by myself, as the south end was typically filled with a homeless community. If a bike went missing in our neighborhood, guarantee you would have found it at the park, next to someone's tent. But no one was ever brave enough to go get theirs back. It was rare that I took William for a walk, and though his incidents rarely happened outside, there were a few notable ones that are worth mentioning. The last one nearly took my life. My mom had unknowingly once grabbed William by his collar and yanked him outside really quick, saying that she thought he was going to throw up on the carpet. She must have seen him do the shaking out of our back window. His hair was straight as needles, and I watched William return to the back door. He had a squirrel, and he drowned it in his water bowl. His eyes pitch black. It was sadistic. He kept the squirrel gently but firmly compressed between his teeth until it was dead. Then he lifted its body out of the water and tossed it to the doormat. I was disgusted. Later, I got a shoebox and buried the squirrel in our flower bed. And then there's the last time that William would do something like this. I took him to the park under the secret hopes that one of those bums did approach me just to see if William would attack them. I thought, if one of these creeps does walk up to me, they deserve it because no adult should be approaching a child like that. None of them did, though. Everyone who saw us stayed away from William. We walked right through the south exit gates of the park without any interactions. On the other side of the park's gate, there is a 10-yard stretch consisting of a large grass patch and a sidewalk before reaching a busy highway. I tried to stay closest to the park's fence on the grassy area, planning to walk the border around towards home. Up to this point, the walk had been completely uneventful, and I'm almost able to enjoy an afternoon sun, one that I'd normally be stuck inside a classroom for. A sudden explosion of energy takes my feet off the ground, and the next thing I know, I'm being dragged towards the busy highway. The leash squeezes my ribs, making it hard to breathe. I'm being pulled so hard that the dirt gets in my mouth every time I try to open it to gasp for air. William is pulling the leash too tightly for me to unloop it. His paws dig into the ground as he uses all of his might to drag us closer to the speeding cars. 2 lanes heading east, 2 lanes heading west. The cars in the lane closest to us can see me being dragged in their direction, and they start honking, trying to switch lanes or pull over. Naturally, the lane closest to the sidewalk begins to slow down, just as William drags us from the grass to the sidewalk and onto the road. The cars in the next lane can't see us. As William clears the first lane of stopped cars, a woman driving a Ford Explorer is rushing to work. She's drinking a cup of hot coffee and glances down to find the cup holder inside her car. The light ahead is green, and there's no way that it was her fault. But in the time it takes for her to find the cup holder and set her coffee into it, William leaps into her lane, dragging me with him. Just as the car hurtles towards us, I feel a sharp tug at my waist. The leash snaps. My body flies sideways, slamming hard onto the sidewalk. I gasp as air fills my lungs for the first time in what feels like minutes. Through blurry eyes, I see William darting across the lanes of speeding traffic. Cars honk and swerve, but William avoids every near miss. He disappeared into the distance, running full tilt until he's out of sight. He never returned. I was laying there shaking, covered in dirt, too stunned to move. A driver who stopped to get out of his car rushes over to me. What happens next I can only remember in bits and pieces. I know the man lifts me by my underarms and carries me further down the sidewalk, setting me on a bus stop bench. An ambulance arrives, causing a traffic jam, and paramedics ask me questions, most of which I can't even answer. Someone retrieves the snapped leash still wrapped around my hips and carefully untangles it. When it catches on the ambulance door, they cut it off of me. I'm not physically injured, but I'm mentally shattered. I cried the entire ambulance ride to the hospital. Instead of going to the ER, they cleaned me up and take me to another part of the building, where I sit in an office filled with a few children's toys. A woman sits across from me, asks me questions. Her voice is soft and kind. I answer honestly, and for the first time, an adult shows interest in what's happening at my house. I feel a guilty weight lift as I realize I can finally tell someone about William and my home life. I wait in the woman's office for what feels like hours. Then I'm surprised when I see my uncle pick me up. When I climb into his truck, my backpack is sitting on the seat, along with a gym bag filled with my clothes. My uncle tells me that I'll be living with him and my aunt for a while, until Mom can get the house cleaned up a bit. He explains it kindly to a child. At their house, they wash my clothes. I sleep on a big couch in the living room. When it becomes clear that my stay is more permanent, my uncle moves his office to the garage and gives me that room as my new bedroom. I've had years of counseling to close the chapters of my childhood, and I'm grateful for the strength and character it's instilled in me. My mom, however, was never able to get a handle on her hoarding or her drinking, and when I was 19, my uncle received a call that authorities had found her deceased in her home after neighbors complained about a smell. This isn't a creepypasta or anything. This is a true story my dad told me, and one that he always swore by. In Tijuana, there was a demon-like creature that used to wander the streets, preying on the unhoused and women of the night. My dad's name is Carlos, and when he was in high school, there was a string of murders that happened, really putting the town on edge for about a month before everything got back to normal. Tijuana and easy living are opposites. Crime rates have always been high, but these murders were different. When the bodies would be found by the shop owner opening up in the morning, or a kid walking to school, all of them looked like they'd been mummified. Not with the white wraps. They looked like their insides had been sucked out, but their skin stayed intact. They looked petrified. They died with their eyes wide open, hands in front of their face. Police at the time had no leads, and the victims didn't have stab wounds or bullet holes. It was like nothing anyone had ever seen before. The first victim was found by garbage men. They found a deceased man lying on his back in the middle of the street. He was an anomaly, and the police were so stunned at what they'd seen, they didn't investigate it like a murder. The mummified bum became a celebrity for a day, and people young and old left their houses to see it at the station. By evening, the excitement wore down, and the town returned to its usual routine. A deli shop owner would find the second victim, huddled up against the metal exterior gate of his shop. Another member of the community, found dead in the same horrific state, wasn't met with the same enthusiasm as the first. Police didn't prop this one up for locals to see, and they launched a real investigation, blocking off the street most of the day to gather evidence. Then, another body would be found, and another. By now, a few people had come forward as witnesses to seeing this thing, the one responsible. Local newspapers embellished their accounts, printing stories about a demon retrieving souls for El Diablo in hell. Other reports referred to it as the chupacabra. However, what people described didn't sound anything like a chupacabra. Not to mention, they wouldn't travel near urban areas. Witnesses said it was pure black, darker than the night around it. One person would come forward claiming that they watched it move interdimensionally, like from second to third. That was the report made by my dad when he was 16, and what he saw scared him more than anything he'd ever seen in the Mexican army. I won't go into detail about those things, but let's just say the cartel uses flesh like painters use paint. It's an art expressed with passion and an emphasis in detail. So, him saying this demon thing was scarier than that stuff was pretty wild to me. Carlos was on his bike. He'd just had a romantic evening with a girl whose name he'd forgotten, but it doesn't matter for the story. When Carlos enters the city, he always got off his bike and pushed it a little before he got to his house, because at that time of night, there weren't a lot of cars on the road. So the ones that were would speed up and down the roads, and after a handful of close calls, Carlos started walking his bike on the side of the streets, with a smile on his face this night. He was very accustomed to being in the city at night. He and his friends would often meet up to skateboard right when that started getting big in California. They'd skate after dark when there was less security and overall watchful eyes. so his trip home that night was nothing out of the ordinary when he began. There were still some people here and there, not enough to make the city feel alive, not enough to make a conversation audible in passing. Those still outside at that time of night were either quickly going inside one of the apartment buildings, or they lived outside and were sheltering in hiding spots out of sight. Either way, soon enough he was mostly alone. The streets around Carlos were as quiet as they were going to be for the next 24 hours, and all he could hear was the electric hum of the lamppost above him as he continued to push his bike towards home. But early into the final leg of his journey, Carlos started to feel spooked. Fear coiled around him, tightening with every step until he was barely making progress. Every few feet he was stopping to cautiously glance in all directions, as if he'd had a premonition that something evil was nearby. The hair stood up on his arms, and as much as he wanted to just get on his bike and ride home, his legs were barely walking. Jumping on a bike and starting to pedal required a level of confidence that he didn't have, not at that second, so he maintained the slow pace he was at. When Carlos randomly stopped again to look in all directions, on the same sidewalk he's on, he sees a formless shadow taking shape on the ground about 7 meters away. It had virtually no volume in its shape. It was like a shadow of a cloud was forming on the ground, and nothing above it. Nothing to make the shadow. But a dark one had formed on the concrete, all the same. Seeing this confuses Carlos, and he fully stopped, trying to figure out what was making that weird shadow on the ground. And then, from behind him, back in the direction he was walking, the harsh metal slam of an exit-only door makes Carlos turn. On the other sidewalk across the street from him, a young woman is leaving out the back door of a brick building from its alleyway. Before she gets to the sidewalk and turns left or right, the way she's walking from the alley, it's like she's walking facing towards Carlos. Not wanting to make the woman think he's staring at her, Carlos quickly averts his eyes back to the shadow cloud behind him on the side of the road. It's almost impossible to spot amongst the other shadows being casted. And if he hadn't already seen it form, my dad probably wouldn't have seen anything that happened next. So, as he's finding it again, he can hear the woman's high heels on the concrete. The pop noise of her heels echoes off the brick around her and sounds like she's walking in the direction opposite of him. They wouldn't have crossed paths because they were on the other sides of the street. But just as Carlos lays his eyes back on the shadow, it moves silently on the ground to where Carlos couldn't track it anymore. Through the dark of an unlit road, he looks back up at the woman. She's not paying attention to anything going on around her. It's to be questioned if she even noticed Carlos on the other side of the road. There's a cigarette in her mouth, and she was digging around a big black and gold purse for a torch. The purse is held up by her left hand while she furiously pushes stuff around with the other hand. Then, under the illumination of a lamppost across the street, Carlos sees the shadow cloud again take form and start sliding towards the woman, like how he first saw it coming towards him. The woman still hadn't pulled her head out of her purse by the time the shadow gets to her. And that's when Carlos watches the shadow grow up out of its flat dimension. As it grew in volume, its shape was no longer resembling a cloud. It now looked like a beast out of nightmares, with a tornado of black around it that melted into the ground. Its face elongated and hooked like a beak. The swirl moving around it moved with immense force, but none of the litter in the road was disturbed, and the woman didn't notice. Its beak opened, and the woman dropped her purse. Carlos described what he saw happen by saying an aurora borealis-like thing, only gray and blue, was pulled from the woman. The black creature absorbed the essence like a vacuum. Her skin aged centuries in a matter of seconds, and then she collapsed to the ground. The creature sank back into the black tornado, and the tornado dropped back into a shadow on the ground next to the lifeless woman. Carlos had a surge of do or die, and he hopped onto his bike, pedaling as fast as he could until he got home. Completely exhausted, he called the police from his home and made the report. My dad never spoke of that night again, not until he told me. Even then, he told me because I asked him directly about the story in the newspaper, about the reports of a demon roaming the streets of Tijuana. He recounted it as fact, not legend, and he swore that every detail he shared was true. He still remembers the exact spot where the shadow emerged, where the woman fell, but he's never gone back. Not even in the daylight would he pass that same spot. My dad says that some things aren't meant to be understood, and he believes what he saw that night was proof of it, whether it was a demon, a curse, or something beyond human comprehension. It certainly isn't of this world as we know it. Whatever it was, he says, it wasn't done. And when I asked him what he meant by that, he looked at me and said, "Things like that don't just stop. They wait." About 25 years ago, when I was only 7, my family and I visited my cousin and her family in Sacramento on a Saturday. They lived in an apartment right next to a cemetery, with an elementary school right behind the apartment complex. This was definitely located in a rough neighborhood. My cousin, who was about the same age as me, brought me and my older brother to the school's playground. My brother brought a basketball and played at the courts by himself, and I was playing on the structure with my cousin. Randomly, my cousin said that she had to run home with no explanation whatsoever. She just took off. For some reason, I didn't question her or decide to follow her. I just sat on the structure next to the slide. Then I heard what sounded like 2 voices, one on each side of my ears, grunting at me. I felt a presence, almost like the voices came from 2 people standing on either side of me. My heart dropped. I wanted to faint. I screamed for my brother, who was playing on the courts, and before I can even tell him what's going on, he started sprinting off. I ran after him with my shoes halfway on. When we ran back to my cousin's house, my brother said he started running because he heard constant banging against the school bungalow and angry grunting voices chasing after him. We went upstairs to look for my cousin, and when we entered her room, she was sitting on her bed, legs crossed, staring off into space. We screamed her name, and she just slowly turned her head to look at us. She looked like she'd been drugged and just mumbled something to us. We couldn't figure out what she was saying, so we just left her room. My brother and I then told our parents and aunts and uncles what happened to us. They just laughed it off. When it was around dinner time, we all gathered around the dinner table, and my cousin came out of her room from upstairs, acting normal again, like nothing happened. My brother and I remember everything to this day. We've reminded our cousin of that day numerous times, and she cannot remember anything. We brought it up to her a couple months ago, and still, she didn't recall ever taking us to that school. I don't know if she was just so scared that she tried to shut that part out of her memory. She always seemed slightly annoyed every time we'd bring it up, or if she truly cannot remember. It was definitely one of the scariest moments I've ever experienced. I've always had this thing about trusting my gut. My mom used to tell me, your instincts will protect you when nothing else can. I never really thought much about it until the night at Hannah's sleepover. There were 5 of us, all friends from school, crammed into her living room with sleeping bags, snacks, and movies. The night was going great until around midnight. Hannah pulled out some old dusty Ouija board from under her couch. The second I saw it, my stomach dropped. Everyone else squealed with excitement, but I just sat there, frozen. I don't know why, but I immediately felt uneasy. Something about that board didn't sit right with me. "Come on, it'll be fun," Hannah said, setting the board down on a coffee table. "Don't be such a baby." I forced a smile, but my gut was screaming at me. Don't do it. Just don't. "I think I'll sit this one out," I mumbled, pretending to be more interested in my phone. The girls laughed, teasing me about being scared, but I didn't care. I was kind of used to it, and something inside me told me to stay as far away from that board as possible. So I stayed on the couch while they huddled around the board, giggling as they placed their fingers on the planchette. They asked typical questions. "Is anyone here with us? What's your name?" And for a while, nothing happened. But then, the planchette began to move. Slowly at first, just a slight shift. But then it started sliding across the board, spelling out words that none of them could explain. I watched from the couch. I was freaked out. The air in the room felt heavy and thick, and the girls' laughter had faded, replaced by nervous whispers. "What's it saying?" someone asked. Her voice was shaky. The board spelled out, "Go away." Suddenly, the room felt colder, and the lights flickered. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I looked at all of the girls to see what their reaction was. The other girls all looked at each other, wide-eyed. But instead of stopping, they kept going, pushing the board for more answers. "Who are you?" Hannah asked. The planchette moved again, faster this time. It spelled out a name, Eli. None of us knew anyone by that name. Then, without warning, the lights went out completely. This caused everyone to scream. I jumped off the couch. My heart was racing now, but I couldn't see anything. There was a strange noise like scratching coming from the walls. It felt like the room itself was closing in. The lights flickered back on, and when they did, all the girls were pale, their hands still on the board. Hannah was crying, and the planchette was spinning in circles, moving so fast I thought it might fly off the board. "I think we should stop," one of the girls whispered. They all pulled their hands away at once, and the board went still. No one said a word for what felt like forever. The room felt wrong, like something had changed. The air was thick with tension, and I could feel that lingering presence of something that I couldn't see. I didn't sleep at all that night. Neither did anyone else. In the morning, everyone packed up their things in silence, and quickly too shaken to talk about what had happened. A few days later, I found out that Hannah had been having nightmares ever since that night. Dreams about a man standing at the foot of her bed, watching her. Another girl said that she kept hearing scratches at her window, even though nothing was there when she looked. Me, I never experienced anything. Not a single nightmare, not a single strange sound. It was like I'd been spared. I think about that night sometimes, how close I came to joining them just to avoid their ridicule. I don't know what they encountered, but I know one thing for sure. I was lucky. Lucky I trusted my gut. Lucky I didn't let peer pressure pull me in. Whatever they let in that night, I'm just grateful it never came for me. When I was 12, I spent 2 months in a foster home while my mom went through rehab. Ed and Patty were a nice older couple, nothing like some of the horror stories that you would hear. I was the only child in their home at the time, and they treated me like family. The only problem was that the property was haunted. Patty warned me on the first night.
but I chalked it up to her being old and kooky. However, by the end of the second week, I had become a believer. It started with wet footprints at the foot of my bed. There was a large pond on the property, but I hadn't been anywhere near it to track in water. I asked Patty about it, and she said that the spirit, this thing was a little more than a spirit, though, was just checking me out. That if I ignored it, it would ignore me. Sure enough, it stopped after 3 days. I didn't know what to make of it, but if they were gone, that was good enough for me. Ed was an avid fisherman, and he'd let me join him when I got home from school. I asked if I could swim in the pond, but he said no, because another kid almost drowned a few years before. The boy's older sister jumped in to save him, and he said something had pulled him under. Ed and Patty blamed the spirits and forbade anyone else from swimming. I wasn't even allowed to go near the water unless one of them was with me. That weekend, we spent most of Saturday fishing, but we were throwing back our catches. I walked up to the water's edge to release a small bass, and I saw a misshapen face staring up at me. It was twisted and mangled, like someone smashed the skull and moved all the pieces around. I screamed like a little girl. I thought there was an actual body in the pond, but when I looked back, it was gone. According to Ed, I wasn't the first one to see it. He called it Billy, after the zombie guy in Hocus Pocus, but Patty didn't like giving it a name. A few days later, we watched a movie before bed, and the temperature dropped like we'd walked into a freezer. Patty handed me a blanket and said it would pass soon. 5 minutes later, the temperature was back to normal. A few more uneventful days passed, and then all of the hallway doors randomly opened and closed, simultaneously, all while I was getting ready for bed. Patty came to check on me and reminded me to keep ignoring it. I asked what would happen if we didn't ignore it, and she said, "The more energy we give it, the more mischief it can make." I think she used the word mischief so that she wouldn't scare me, but I kinda wish she would have scared me, because now I was just intrigued. I'd gotten comfortable there, and it made me feel braver than I was. That night, I tried talking to the spirit, or whatever it was. Nothing answered, but there were more wet footprints on my floor the next morning. This time, they were right in front of the nightstand, like it stood over me while I slept. I didn't tell anyone about it. Instead, I kept talking to it. And that night, I woke up to a hand trailing down the side of my face. I was lying on my side, and I opened my eyes to see a pair of wet, gray feet and emaciated legs standing at my bedside. My entire body was frozen, but I didn't want to move anyway. The last thing I wanted was to see what the rest of it looked like, so I clamped my eyes shut again. Its hand left a cold, wet streak down my face, but it didn't physically hurt me. After what seemed like a long time, I heard its footsteps leave, and I got up to shut my bedroom door. I slipped on the puddle of water it left behind, but at least it was gone. That was the last time I tried to engage with it. I told Patty everything the next morning, and she let me sleep on the floor in their bedroom for a few nights. There were still the occasional, small occurrences, but nothing ever touched me again. Thank God. I don't think I could have handled it a second time. I grew up being told that a demon haunted the women in my family. The story goes back to the 1800s and states that the demon continuously tried to possess one of us until someone in the next generation catches its eye. My mom was an unwell, single parent, so I stayed with my grandmother most of the time, especially when Mom was having an episode. I know this sounds like mental illness. I thought it was schizophrenia at one point, but bear with me. People with serious mental illness don't wake up cured one day. especially when they've never sought treatment. My grandmother used to have the same episodes. She would go through periods where she didn't sleep because of awful nightmares. She wouldn't eat because everything looked disgusting, and she stopped cleaning herself because all of the water was dirty in her eyes. Sometimes she saw other people as the demons, and things could get violent if not handled properly. When my mom turned 17, she started experiencing all of the same delusions, and my grandmother never had another episode again. The same thing happened each generation before as well. I don't know how to explain that. I spent most of my teen years in constant fear. My mom was already considered old for the switch to happen at 17. My grandmother was only 14 when it happened. After graduation, I went away to college, made friends, got a life, and it suddenly felt kind of insane to believe a demon was going to come after me. I got so angry with my mom, my grandmother for scaring me like that. I skipped going home for Christmas that year. By summer break, I was less bitter and agreed to come home. I even stayed with my mom because I had every intention of talking to her about getting treatment. Ideally, I would have waited a few days and chosen my moment, but I had an awful nightmare on day 2. In my dream, I was laying in bed, wide awake. Then I rolled onto my back. I saw something standing in the far corner. It was too dark to see its features, but its head was just under the ceiling, and I could make out its arms and legs. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. It felt like something was wrapped around my throat. I kept waiting for it to come out of the shadows, but it never did. Eventually, my alarm went off and I woke up. It wasn't enough to make me a believer, but it legitimately scared me. I've never been one to remember my dreams. Most of the time, it's like I don't dream at all. But I remembered every detail of that one, like it really happened. It freaked me out so bad, I immediately told my mom, and the regret was instant. She cried hard. She also told my grandmother, who came over to cry with her. They said that's how it always starts when the demon moves on. That summer was hell. I didn't sleep for weeks at a time. When I did, the nightmares were unbearable. The demon would always start off in the corner, but the more I had the dream, the closer he would get to the bed. His form always varies with each dream, so does the locations. But I always know it's him. Staying awake pushes him back. During these stretches of nightmares, food is intolerable. It's hard to describe because it all smells and looks the same, but my response changes. The same with water. It's suddenly the exact same reaction as if someone had asked me to eat a bowl of maggots or bathe in mud. There's no way. The reverse is also true. Rotten, poisonous things suddenly look like a feast, and a tar pit could seem like a sauna. Oh, and to this day, my mom hasn't had another episode. She's like a new woman, but back then I didn't believe hers were finished, and I was determined not to be like her. I was going to get help, prove that this was all some mental illness. My mom and grandmother begged me not to, and that only fueled my conviction. Again, the regret was nearly instant. None of the medications had any effect whatsoever, and I was committed on 2 separate occasions, which led to my dropping out of college. I just couldn't keep up with the work, with life. I should have started my senior year of college this last fall, but now I work at a gas station, and I still live with my mother. I stopped throwing money away on treatment after my last 72-hour hold. There's no combination of meds I haven't tried. And being sedated through those nightmares was the worst experience of my life. The demon talked to me, made me promises, and threatened me. During the first year, I used to swear that I would never have kids of my own. But the longer this goes on, the more I want it to end, no matter what.
My dad has several stories from hauling logs in Idaho and driving trucks through Utah and Nevada. But my favorite is actually from his days just driving his pickup truck through Utah. He said that there was a light keeping pace with him out in the desert on a moonless night. It kept pace for a minute before it disappeared, and then his truck turned off. He was stopped. He turned it back on and pulled off at the next diner. The folks in the diner called it a common occurrence. I always liked that one. Now the creepiest one is when he was hauling logs in Idaho and was coming down from Coeur d'Alene area during a snowy winter night. He was putting on chains before heading down steep grade and said that all of the hair stood up on his body. It felt like there was something watching him. Halfway down the switchbacks, he saw a large figure standing on a 20-foot tall embankment. As he got closer, it jumped down and then leaped over to the other side of the embankment. At the time, he thought that it was a Sasquatch. Now, he says it was probably a demon trying to make him crash. He didn't stop to remove the chains until he was well away from the mountain. So I've never seen a ghost, but I had an experience with a Ouija board as a teenager that still haunts me. Even now, as a skeptical atheist, I have no idea how to explain what happened that night. I was 15, having a sleepover with friends like typical teenagers. We wanted to scare ourselves, so we pulled out a Ouija board. At first, nothing exciting happened. Just random movements. We all assumed that we were shaking or just doing it by accident. But then something changed. The planchette became more deliberate. We had asked for a name, and it spelled out Ian. And then it started saying something about my mom, but none of us understood what it meant. We were dumbass kids looking for a thrill, so we pushed further. We asked Ian to prove himself. Can you move something? Can you touch one of us? Can you lift one of us up? And then I felt something, an icy chill starting at my feet, slowly crawling up my body. It wasn't just cold, it was something else, something that settled deep in my bones. I sat cross-legged, barely breathing, and too afraid to move. 2 of my friends were in front of me at the Ouija board. My third friend was across the room on the bed, rolling her eyes at us. She could see all of us from where she sat. My back was against the wall with no one behind me. And then without warning, I felt a hand press firmly against my back and shove me forward. I screamed. My friend on the bed screamed louder. She'd just watched my shirt yank violently upward, like something had grabbed the fabric and pulled. I shot to my feet. My whole body was literally shaking. Okay, thank you, Ian. We're done. I stammered. I pushed the planchette to goodbye, and I refused to touch the board again after that. That night, as I laid in bed, I felt that same ice-cold sensation wash over me. I pulled the blankets up to my chin, grateful that I could move, but I could see the covers rising, slowly, as if something underneath them was lifting them up. I squeezed my eyes shut, told myself that I was imagining things, but the chill stayed, the unnatural kind of cold that I couldn't shake. Finally, I had enough. I got up, sat in front of the Ouija board, alone this time, not touching it, and whispering, "Please stop." The cold faded, but I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I still felt off. My back burned where I'd felt the hand. When I looked in the mirror, my stomach dropped. There were 3 distinct red marks across my skin, like fingerprints, and they stayed there for days. I asked my mom to pick me up first thing in the morning,
On the way home, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. So I blurted out, "Have you ever had anything paranormal happen to you?" She didn't even hesitate. "Well," she said, "there was Ian." I froze. She told me about her high school boyfriend, Ian, who had died in a car accident. After his death, people kept seeing her at his grave, even when she was nowhere near it. Her mom and sister once walked right up to a girl that they swore was her, but the second they got close, she disappeared. I have no way to explain what happened that night. I don't know what was reaching out to me or why, but I do know one thing. Stay the hell away from Ouija boards. You know that one cousin your mama never let you hang out with as a kid? Never let you go to their house, and they were never allowed to spend the night at yours, no matter how much you begged? Yeah, there was probably a good reason for them making that judgment call. I've got 2 stories that are perfect examples of this. They're both pretty bad, but when I heard the second story, I was so happy my mom made me go home that day. Because if I would have been there with them, I don't think that I would be the person I am today. I know my cousin ain't ever been the same since. Her name is Serenity, but family calls her Ren because 4 syllables is way too many for a first name, and her mom should have known better, thought about that before naming her that. The first of many bad judgment calls as a parent for her. Ren was free to walk the streets since she was able to walk. This bitch was in diapers at the mini-mart buying chips with money she'd stolen out of her mom's purse. This first story, we were 7 or 8 at a family barbecue. We're at my uncle's house. He lives in the mountains, and on his property he has a big tire swing made from an old tractor tire. Me and a few of the other cousins were swinging on it, pretending we were the Power Rangers. It had been a carefree day before Ren showed up. When we saw her walking up the hill towards us, the smirk that she had on her face was sinister. It was her signature devilish look that we'd come to recognize when Ren would pull one over on somebody, successfully stolen something, or had a devious plan that she wanted us to take part in. Usually, it involved swindling or stealing. This time, it was all 3 things. Down the hill, our collective families had been partying since noon. All of the kids were going to be sleeping in sleeping bags in my uncle's living room that night. We'd planned on watching movies, trading Pokemon on our Game Boys, but that never happened. Plans changed for 4 out of the 5 cousins when Ren presented the keys to her mom's minivan. She tells everyone the new plan is to sneak out, go for a joyride when the parents pass out. I'm the only cousin with enough brain cells to know that this is a bad idea. I said no before she even had the keys out of her pocket. But my other cousins aren't as bright as me. They went along with Ren's plan that night. I stayed in my sleeping bag, and I heard them giggling and whispering as they snuck out. A few minutes later, the minivan is in motion, and within moments of the engine turning on, Ren manages to immediately send the van over a hill in reverse with all of them inside. It made 3 barrel rolls and broke one of our cousins' legs. It injured everyone. All of them were in tears, and the broken leg was the worst of it, though. It took forever for the ambulance to get to the property. The leg looked like, well, it looked pretty fucked up. I remember the shin was bent all crazy. That night solidified me as the family's favorite cousin and number 1 on all of the relatives' wills without a doubt. The second story had by far worse consequences. I'm pretty sure that we were 14. It was Ren's birthday, and I was not allowed to stay for the sleepover, so my mom had picked me up. At around midnight, our house phone rings, and I hear my mom pick it up from her bedroom. It's my auntie calling from the emergency room, saying that Ren is in a coma. I'd get the first-hand story of what happened 3 days later, when Ren woke up. The plan that night was for them to sneak out, take a bus to the east side of Cleveland, and go ghost hunting in one of the abandoned buildings that Ren had been obsessing over for months. She talked about it every chance she got, swearing she'd seen something move in the broken-out windows whenever she rode past. Her parents, for whatever reason, actually agreed to let her do it, as long as she wasn't alone. So it was Ren and 3 other girls, a VHS camcorder, and an old Ouija board that someone's older brother had stolen from a garage sale. I guess the place inside was worse than they expected. No signs and no indication of what it used to be, just a rotting husk of a building, all graffitied and broken glass. They didn't get more than a few minutes of footage before the camcorder battery died, which they thought was weird because it had been fully charged when they left. But Ren was determined. If she couldn't film anything, then she'd just have to get their proof another way. They found an office tucked away in one of the back halls. The desk was still there, warped and peeling, but sturdy enough to set a board down. And that's when things got strange. The planchette started moving almost immediately. At first they thought that it was just someone messing around, but then it picked up speed. A name spelled itself out. Dante. That's what they said, anyway. Ren was the one controlling the session, the only one who seemed excited when the board started answering random questions. The others got nervous fast. They kept hearing something in the building, a sound like metal dragging against concrete, slow and steady but never stopping. But every time they shined the flashlight down the hall, there was nothing there. Then the board spelled out another message. Help me, here forever. That was enough for one of the girls. She let go and backed away. Eventually the others followed, but Ren stayed. They told me that she just sat there, staring at the board like she was waiting for it to say more. Then out of nowhere, she slumped forward. She didn't collapse, didn't seize up, just folded over the desk, her hands limp at her sides, like someone had flipped a switch and shut her off. At first they thought that she was playing around, but when she didn't respond, didn't even flinch when they shook her, they panicked. She was breathing, warm to the touch, but completely unresponsive. They had to run 3 blocks before they found a payphone to call for help. The paramedics couldn't explain it. She had no head trauma, no drugs or alcohol in her system, nothing that should have put her in a coma. She stayed like that, though, for 3 days. When she woke up, she said she didn't remember anything. Not the board, not the name it spelled out, not what happened before she passed out, but I don't think that's true. Because after she came home, she stopped talking about ghosts. She stopped sneaking out, stopped trying to convince everyone that she wasn't scared of anything. And sometimes, when she thought no one was looking, I'd catch her staring off into nothing, her eyes locked on a shadow that wasn't there. If I further pressed her about it, she would shake her head and tell me never mind or that it was nothing. But I could tell. She still heard or saw whatever it was, and whatever it was, it didn't appear to be done with her. Ren was sort of in this odd, catatonic state for years. She has since, I guess, moved on, but she really doesn't like talking about this. Almost tries to pretend it didn't happen. And if you ever bring up a Ouija board, well, she really gets upset. Definitely doesn't want to be in the presence of one. So yeah, something happened that night, and I'm just glad I wasn't there. I was never one to believe in ghosts, let alone Ouija boards. But when you're 17 at a friend's house in the middle of nowhere, and someone pulls out the board, you just play along. It was me, my best friend Jess, her cousin Nate, and his girlfriend Emily. We were in Jess's basement, the kind that was never finished. Concrete floors, exposed beams, old furniture covered in sheets. We lit a couple candles for the vibe, of course, and we put our hands on the planchette. At first it was the usual nonsense. Is anyone here? Slow, shaky, yes. What's your name? Gibberish. We all accused each other of moving it, laughing every time it spelled something dumb. But then Nate, being the skeptic he was, rolled his eyes and asked something different. Tell us something only one of us would know. The planchette didn't move for a long time, and just as Emily was going to call it quits, it slid. It took its sweet time, but eventually we could see that it had spelled, "Sorry about the clock." Jess went pale. She pulled her hands away. Nope, I'm done. We all asked what that meant, but she refused to answer. We tried to keep going, but she wouldn't put her hand back on the board, so we said goodbye and packed it up. Later that night, after we were all camped out in the living room, Jess finally told us. Her grandfather had passed away earlier that year. The last time she saw him, he'd been fixing an old clock for her, one that hadn't worked for decades. He was halfway through the repairs when he had a stroke and passed away 2 days later. She still had the clock, untouched, sitting in the basement. I wish that was the end of it, but around 3 a.m., I woke up to this quiet, ticking, slow, rhythmic sound. I figured everyone had left their phone alarms on, but when I sat up, I realized it was coming from the basement. I was not about to investigate alone, so I shook Jess awake. She was groggy and annoyed, but when I told her to just listen, her expression changed. We woke up Nate and Emily. None of us wanted to go down there, but we also couldn't just ignore it. So with our phone flashlights cutting through the dark, we made our way to the basement floor. The moment Jess pulled it open, the ticking stopped. We stood there, silent, and then Jess muttered, "It's coming from the workbench." We inched forward, and sure enough, the clock, her grandfather's unfinished project, was sitting there, and the second hand was moving. The thing was working. None of us knew what to say. Jess walked up to it, hesitated, and then reached out and picked it up. She turned it over in her hands, eyes wide, and whispered, "It's not wound." The thing had no batteries, no working mechanism. It had been broken for years, and yet it had ticked. I don't think it was evil. I don't think it was even trying to scare us. But I do think it was real. And I'll never touch a Ouija board again, because sometimes the dead are still listening, and sometimes it might not be somebody's grandpa. I guess in this case, we just got lucky. My aunt recently passed away, and our family is pretty small, so I helped my cousin pack up her belongings. She had an extensive antique doll collection, a few of which were insanely creepy. One in particular gave me chills when I first saw it. The doll was over a foot tall when standing upright. Its face paint was so faded that it looked like war paint, and you could see the staples protruding from under its thinning red hair. It was like a 50s version of Chucky. As a lifelong horror fan, it seemed blasphemous not to keep it. I put it on my bedroom dresser and mostly forgot about it until it started moving. It was subtle at first. Its arms or legs would be sitting differently, but I assumed I was bumping it when I used the dresser. Eventually, I came home to find it on the floor. It had been sitting against the wall at the back of the dresser, and there were other things sitting between it and the edge, but nothing else was disturbed. I put it back in place only to find it on the floor again a few days later. Not long after that, I saw its head move in my peripheral vision. But then I thought I was just making myself paranoid, so I put it in my closet for the time being. After another few nights, I woke up to find it lying on the floor between the closet and the bed. I don't have any pets, and I live alone. How the hell did it get out? I didn't care about the doll anymore, about keeping it. I just wanted it out of my house. When I tried to pick it up, it felt alive. I really don't know how else to describe it. There's a difference between picking up a toy or something like a kitten, even if it doesn't move around while you're holding it. I got so freaked out that I dropped it back on the floor. It landed on its back, looking up at me, and its eyes gleamed. There was moisture in them, but only for a second. Then it stiffened, and when I picked it back up, it felt like a normal doll again. Just throwing it away wasn't good enough anymore. I wanted to put it in a box and throw it into a river, but I had to get to work. All I could do for the moment was throw it in a drawer and deal with it that afternoon. I even bought a lockbox on my lunch break. At home, I could hear the smoke alarms as I pulled into the driveway. I was hit by a cloud of smoke the moment I opened the door. The dresser was on fire, and the wall was catching as I rushed in with the extinguisher. All of my clothes were ruined, and the dresser was destroyed. The wall, floor, and ceiling, they all had to be repaired, and insurance paid for none of it due to the accident's suspicious nature. It's not like I could tell them what really happened, and I certainly don't know how to fake an electrical fire. Maybe I should have thrown a candle in there. Who knows? The doll wasn't so much as scorched, and I swear it smiled at me when I picked it up out of the ashes. I wasn't sleeping in the same house with that thing, not for another night. I threw it into the lockbox and drove over an hour to a bridge on the Ohio River, where I threw it into the water. I didn't leave until it was completely submerged. Whether it sank to the bottom or just got carried downstream, I'll never see that thing again. I'll probably never be able to watch Chucky again either, but at least it's over now. That was 3 weeks ago, and I haven't had any problems since, except for the nightmares and random whiffs of something burning, but I imagine those will take some time. When I was little, I saw spirits often, and I communicated with them too, and it used to terrify my parents when my imaginary friend, Galen, would tell me things that no 3-year-old should have known. I realized when I was probably 5 or 6 that I could see things other people couldn't, and it didn't bother me until one night in particular. And it was after that night that I somehow closed off the part of me that was open to seeing things. When I got a little bit older, I let my guard down a bit and started seeing again, but infrequently. Now I'll tell you what happened. I woke up during the night because I heard what I can only describe as a whispered, evil laugh. I was about 11 years old, and it was the only time I've ever experienced sleep paralysis. At first, I thought someone in my family was playing a joke on me and had snuck into my room. I tried to speak, but I couldn't. I couldn't move, and I felt suddenly claustrophobic. I was trapped in my body. I could see out of the corner of my eye a figure coming towards my bed. It was made of darkness, and I don't know what else to say to describe it, because still, 20 years later, I'm utterly terrified by what I saw. If I wrote it down, I'd have a sleepless night and nightmares. What I will say, though, is that the thing was not from this planet, and it never was. It came from hell itself, I can only assume. And don't ask me how I know that. I just do. Eventually, I think I passed out from fear, and when I woke up the next morning, I didn't tell a soul. When something bothers me like that, I have the tendency to stop speaking for a few days. I know I went mute for about a week. Whatever that thing was, and why it sought me out, I'll never know. But I felt, and I feel, scarred, tainted by the memory of that night. Imagine someone touched your very soul and left an ugly black mark on it. That's how deeply affected by that experience I am. And that's the first time I've ever told anyone about it. When I was 7 years old, I saw something I was never really able to explain. It was 1987, a hot summer day in our small town, and I was playing alone outside. Back then, no one worried much about kids roaming in their own neighborhood. I had my bike and a whole street to myself. The sun was bright, the sky clear, and everything felt safe. Until I saw it. I didn't know what it was, couldn't have known. I only knew that it wasn't right. It was standing near the edge of the road, just beyond my house, in the shade of a giant oak tree. I remember being drawn to it at first, as if curiosity was stronger than fear, stronger than my own good sense. And there was something off about it. From a distance, it looked almost human, but there was an oddness to its movements, jerky, unnatural, like a puppet pulled on strings. It was tall, taller than any person I'd ever seen, with long arms that hung too low, almost brushing the ground. Its skin almost translucent, and it had no face, no eyes, no mouth. Just smooth skin where a face should have been. I wanted to scream, but couldn't. My throat clenched shut. Even from where I stood, I felt its gaze. Though it had no eyes to see me, I felt it. I wasn't sure why I didn't just run back into the house. I should have. But instead, I watched. I felt like I had to watch. And that's when it did something I can't explain. Its head tilted to the side, as if considering me. Then it stretched out one impossibly long arm and pointed at the street, at the cars that zoomed by, their wheels kicking up dust and heat. My heart hammered in my chest, the sound of it almost drowning out everything else. But I heard it, a voice in my head. It wasn't my voice, but it was inside my mind all the same. "Run," it whispered. "Run now." My feet shuffled forward, just a step, and then another. The voice grew louder, more insistent. "Run fast. Run into the road." I shook my head, trying to fight it, but my legs were moving, pulling me toward the street. I could feel the ground beneath me, the rough gravel crunching under my sneakers, but I couldn't stop. The thing under the tree, it wasn't just pointing now. It was beckoning, urging me forward with slow, rhythmic motions. Another car roared past, and it was so close I could feel a gust of wind as it passed. I was just inches from the street, from stepping into the path of oncoming traffic, and still, the voice, that thing, told me to keep going. Then suddenly, a horn blared, snapping me out of the trance. I stopped dead, my toes just inches from the asphalt. My heart felt like it was about to explode. The car passed in a blur, and I stumbled backwards. My legs suddenly weak, like I couldn't support my own weight. When I looked back toward the oak tree, the thing was gone, vanished, as if it had never been there at all. I ran home after that, sobbing, but I never told anyone. Who would believe me? A demon, a monster. No one else saw it. No one else heard it. They would have said that it was my imagination, or that I'd been dreaming. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. For years, I tried to convince myself it was just a nightmare, that my young mind had played a trick on me. But that voice, the way it crawled into my thoughts, the way it nearly controlled me, I couldn't shake it. I couldn't forget how real it was, how close I came to stepping into that traffic, as if I had no choice. It was only later, when I was much older, that I began to understand. I stumbled across an old book about demons and spirits, things that prey on the weak, on the innocent. They thrive on fear, confusion, vulnerability of children, especially. And I knew, deep down, that's what it was. Some kind of demon, something from another world sent to trick me, to pull me into death's hands. I've never seen it again, but sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I feel like it's watching me, like it's waiting. There's a dark corner in my room, just beyond the reach of the light, and I can't help but glance at it every now and then, because what if it's there? What if it's still waiting for me to make one wrong move? I never did walk near that oak tree anymore, not since that day in 1987. But sometimes, on quiet afternoons, I swear I can feel it just beyond my edge of vision, waiting for another chance to finish what it started. When I was 17, I'm convinced I saw something otherworldly. Maybe it was a demon. I don't expect everyone or anyone to believe me. Hell, I'm not even sure how to make sense of it myself. But every time I think back to that night, the details come rushing back, like it just happened. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning when I woke up, thirsty. The kind of thirst that pulls you out of sleep and nags at you until you do something about it. The house was dead silent, and that kind of quiet feels heavy, like it's pressing down on you. Everyone was asleep, and I didn't want to make any noise, so I slipped out of bed, groggy, and shuffled down the hallway towards the kitchen. The hallway felt unnaturally long. I brushed it off, chalked it up to being half asleep. The darkness was thick, clinging to the walls like a living thing, but I ignored that too, flipping on the kitchen light as I entered. And that's when I saw it. Standing by the fridge in the corner of my eye was this thing. At first I thought maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. You know how your brain tries to make sense of shadows when you're tired. But this wasn't a shadow. It was hunched over, pale, and looking slim. Its skin stretched tight over its bones. It wasn't human. There was no mistaking that. But its head jerked towards me and I froze. I locked eyes with it, and that's when I knew that this wasn't a nightmare that I could wake up from. Its eyes, yellow, sunken, and cold, looked straight into mine. Its face was twisted, grotesque, almost skeletal, but with a thin layer of slick, oily skin. The creature stood on 2 spindly legs, but it wasn't stable, like it was always ready to collapse or crawl. I think the worst part was its mouth, this jagged, gaping maw filled with teeth. It looked too sharp and too numerous for its small face. It opened its mouth even wider, its chest heaving like it was struggling to breathe. And then it let out this scream. Not a scream, a screech. High-pitched, like metal scraping against metal, but also raw and guttural. The sound tore through me, my whole body locked up, paralyzed with fear. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. All I could do was stand there, staring at it as it screeched again. I don't know how long we stood there, seconds, minutes, before it suddenly bolted. It moved in a way that no living thing should. It didn't run. It crawled, fast and jerky, across the walls like gravity didn't apply to it. It scurried towards the unlit part of the house, disappearing into the shadows as quickly as it had appeared. The light in the kitchen flickered as it vanished, leaving me standing there, my heart pounding so loud that it echoed in my ears. I couldn't breathe right. My chest was tight and my throat was dry. I felt rooted in this spot for what felt like forever, my mind reeling, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. But nothing made sense. I finally snapped out of it and bolted back to my room. I slammed the door, locked it, and turned on my music as loud as I could, trying to drown out the memory of that screech. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. How could I? Every creak in the house, every shift of the floorboards made me jump, convinced that that thing would crawl out of the shadows and come for me. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. What would I say? I saw a creature, a demon. Even now it sounds insane when I say it out loud. I've only ever shared this story with a few people, and each time I tell it, the same chill runs down my spine. I'm not here to convince anyone that demons are real or to start some debate. I just want to know if anyone out there has ever seen something like it, because it makes you feel like you're losing your mind, like maybe what you saw wasn't real. But deep down, you know it was, and that's the scariest part of all.
Please do not try this, ever. Knowing what I know now, this is probably one of the most idiotic things I've done. I not only put myself in danger, but also my family and friends. Also, this happened about 15 years ago, so I'll relay all that my memory serves me. I'm no longer in contact with the friends this story involves, so forgive me if I forget details. Anyway, when I was younger, a teenager, I was obsessed with the paranormal. My high school buddies and I thought that it would be a great idea to get stoned in my parents' garage and construct a Ouija board. It was after school one afternoon when we implemented our plan. We arrived at my parents' house and got right to work finding supplies to make the board. And if I remember correctly, we found an old shot glass to use as a planchette. We decided to ask the most provoking questions that you could think of. Everything the internet told us not to ask, whatever was on the other side. But we wanted a big response. We wanted something crazy to happen. We got a response almost instantly, and we each thought that the others were moving the planchette to mess with each other. But we soon found out that it was real. I believe that I was the one asking most of the questions. I remember asking, "When did you die?" The planchette moved to the numbers we scrawled on the board. The exact year escapes me, but it was sometime in the late 1980s. I know I asked the spirit's name, but I can't remember the name, so we'll just call the spirit Robert. Robert would not disclose how he died, although he did say that his favorite band was Nirvana, which is relevant later. We had a classic rock mix playing in the background, and he seemed to enjoy this. Unfortunately, I don't remember most of the conversation, but I do remember we didn't say goodbye when the session concluded. That night, my friends left except for one who stayed the night. We'll call her Jane. For this part, I'll need to describe the layout. It was an old house with a weird setup. When you entered through the front door, there was a medium-sized living room with a huge bay window facing the street. Going further into the house, on the left was the kitchen. Beyond that was a glass door, behind which was a sort of family room. And then the backyard, which led to the garage. Jane and I were chilling in the kitchen later that night, and we were seated at the kitchen table. Jane was sitting with her back towards the glass door that leads to the family room, and I was facing her and the door. We were chatting quietly as my family was sleeping. She was talking, and as I was looking at her, something behind her caught my eye. The glass door was cracked open, but it was slowly opening, wider and wider. As soon as I pointed at the door and she turned to look, it slammed shut very forcefully. It was so damn loud I was sure my parents would wake up and that we'd be in trouble. But no one woke up or yelled at us to be quiet. We got so freaked out, we quickly retreated to my room, past the front living room. We talked in my room for quite some time, and nothing else weird happened until we went to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange, low, scratching noise. At first, I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. I don't think that Jane woke up. So I got up, and I tried to decipher where the sound was coming from. Finally, I realized it was coming from my closet. The door was closed, and I knew there was nothing in there that should be making that noise. The only pet we had in the house was an old border collie, and he slept in my parents' room at the end of the hall. I jumped back into bed and threw the covers over my head, and I tried to ignore the sounds coming from the closet. I don't know how long it took for me to go back to sleep, or even if I did, but the next thing I knew, it was morning, and Jane had to go back home later that day. We decided to go to the garage to smoke, and the air felt so heavy as soon as we stepped inside, like we shouldn't be in there, even though we chilled in the garage countless times before. We went back in the house, sat on the couch in the living room instead. We were either talking or watching TV, but I think at that point I went into some sort of trance. Jane told me later that I suddenly stopped responding to her, and that I wasn't moving even though my eyes were open. The only thing I remember before coming to was the feeling of the back of the couch sinking in. I felt as though I was being slowly sucked into the couch, and my back felt so hot. It was like there was a fire getting closer and closer to my back. Then, right before I snapped out of it, I felt hands on me, like they were trying to grab me and pull me even further into the couch. I know it might sound dumb, but I thought I was being pulled into hell. I'm aware that there's no demonic portals in my parents' couch that leads to hell, but I swear to you, this is what it felt like. When I finally snapped out of it, Jane was looking at me with a look of concern on her face, and I felt like I was having a panic attack. I can't remember much after that, but her parents arrived to pick her up short after, and she left. That night, I was absolutely terrified to sleep in my room. So, being the dumbass I am, I decided I'd crash on the hell couch with the TV on all night. I didn't think I'd sleep, but at some point I must have fallen asleep. I don't know what time it was when I suddenly woke up with a jolt. The TV I know for a fact I left on was now turned off. In its reflection, I could see the bay window slightly illuminated by the streetlight outside. Then I noticed it, a figure standing behind me, so tall it touched the ceiling, its head and neck craned down to stare at me. It was so black that it was darker than anything else in the room, and it was motionless. I just feigned to still be sleeping. I don't remember slipping back into a slumber, but just like the previous night, before I knew it, it was morning. I decided to take a shower. Upon undressing, I noticed my side was sore and hurting pretty bad. When I took off my shirt, I looked, and there were deep scratches in the shape of the Nirvana logo. That wonky smiley face. At that point, I knew Robert wasn't just a spirit. This was a demon. I don't know why I never told my parents what was going on, but one day my dad, who didn't believe in the paranormal, told me that he was taking a shower, when all of a sudden the faucet turned on its own, and the water got so hot, so suddenly, it scalded him. Now I was pissed. I had allowed a demon to mess with my family. I promised myself I'd never mess with a Ouija board, or even be around one ever again. I begged a Catholic friend of mine to come over and bless the house and the garage. She agreed, and brought a bunch of supplies for the blessing. Afterwards, we disposed of the board and we prayed. Nothing happened in that house ever again, and we ended up moving a couple years later. As an adult, I'm a Christian, and I've still had experiences with the paranormal after this story, but now I know I'm protected and how to rid demonic energy from my life. I apologize if this ending is a little anticlimactic, but thanks for listening. And please, be very cautious when dealing with things we don't fully understand. It could have disastrous consequences. Seaside Sanatorium, Waterford, Connecticut. Back in 2002, my friends and I did some old-fashioned trespassing that turned kind of terrifying. The building had been abandoned for 4 or 5 years by this point. We thought, let's bring some alcohol, some flashlights, and just see if this place was as scary as everyone ramped it up to be. Right when we got inside, it was obvious we weren't the first ones with this idea. Leftover alcohol, a makeshift Ouija board, some pentagrams, and other random shit that littered the floor. After messing with that stuff, we decided to explore in 2 groups, each on opposite ends of the building. When we regrouped, our flashlights, the ones with fresh batteries, started to flicker. While we were all standing together, discussing what happened, we discovered that what we were hearing couldn't have been each other. The whispers, they weren't us messing around. The obnoxious sounds of doors slamming. Then, while standing together discussing what had happened, we heard a door slam in the distance. With that, we ran, and in our hurry, leaving our own alcohol behind. Back in the 90s, when I was married, my wife and I experimented with Ouija boards and other things for a while, which I don't recommend. I think the lure of curiosity can lead to trouble. Weird occurrences can both terrify and stimulate more curiosity. Once during this period, my then wife was on the couch watching TV in the living room one evening. There was light from the kitchen and a hallway by the front door, and from the TV. The living room was dimly lit. I stood near a set of bookshelves where the TV was, by the short hallway that led to the front door. I noticed a shadow near my wife on the wall behind the couch. It moved slowly along the wall, just behind her and towards the window. I asked her if she saw it too, and she said that she did. We both watched as it moved steadily along the wall, past the window, and down along behind the couch, and then beyond that, into a dark corner. It then moved over the wooden bookshelves, and I could hear some subtle cracks and pops in the wood of the shelves as it passed over them. It went directly past where I stood, and around the corner in the hallway. The hall light flared brighter as it passed. Then, it moved to the closed front door and seemed to be gone. Realistically, I don't believe that there's any explaining it away. Nothing was moving by a light source to cause it, and it moved independently. I was told ghosts can still feel love, even after death. If that's true, then it's also true they can still feel hurt after death too. When my dad died, I could sense his presence in the house. He was an Air Force colonel and a very serious person. The pictures I drew were always hung up on the refrigerator, but his interest in anything I did was uncomfortable and forced. It wasn't my gender he struggled to bond with, as he had no yearning in his soul for a son. He didn't want any kids. He didn't like kids, and though he wasn't mean to me, he was never kind. We didn't have the chance to develop a meaningful relationship before he passed. The only person in the world who could make my dad smile was my mom. They were madly in love and one another's best friend. On a cold December morning, 2 servicemen would knock on our door, handing my mom a folded American flag. one of the men would begin talking to my mom about an accident. Standing behind her, I make eye contact with the officer that's not speaking. His eyes were dry until he saw me. He quickly looked back down in any other direction that he could in a desperate attempt not to cry. I was old enough to know what they were talking about, but I was unable to comprehend that our lives as we knew it had just changed forever. I was able to finish off the school year with my friends and all the teachers that had dealt with me using kid gloves. Then, the following year, it was off to a new school with teachers who could care less about the circumstances that put me in their classroom, one that was already at max capacity. With our SBP, my mom was able to purchase a little home off the base, and she got a job at a gas station to make ends meet. I learned to wake myself up for breakfast and how to do my own laundry. I'd only see my mom after school near dinner time. To make extra money, she asked her boss to work double shifts. On those days, she'd still be at work when I'd catch the school bus. Laundry was a chore that I'd put off as long as I could during the week. Our washer and dryer was located in the basement down a set of creaky wooden steps. At the top of the steps was a white pull string. It turned on a single halogen bulb. The small source of light was the only option for illumination in that basement. It was barely enough to read the settings on the machine. A few times I'd open the door and reach for the string. Instead of it hanging at a reachable level, I would find the string tightly wrapped around the light fixture itself. Like someone had yanked the string down, and when it flew back up, it got tangled. The first time dealing with it, I resolved to prop the door open with a kitchen chair and go down with my basket of laundry. While I loaded the washing machine with my dirty clothes, I heard the chair that was holding the door open slide on the linoleum floor. The small rectangle of light that I was using is wiped over in black from left to right. The clothes in my hand were thrown, and I blindly ran up the wooden steps to the door. I found the railing and began using it to guide me up the stairs. Sliding my palm up the railing, I touch what feels like another hand. The sensation makes me fall backwards, and I almost fall down the steps, but I catch myself. I'm sure the neighbor could hear the scream I let out. I bounded up the last pair of steps and clawed at the wood until my fingers touched the brass door handle. That night, I waited for my mom to get home and untangle the string before I went down there to finish laundry. Even with the light on again, it was impossible for me to ignore the chills I was feeling down there. It was more common than not that I was home alone when the activity would ramp up. On a handful of incidents that my mom was home with me, we'd both hear pounding on the basement door. She insisted that it was old pipes making all that noise. Lying in bed one night, she was talking to me from the doorway, and we both heard her name be called from the living room, enough for her to pause what she was saying and take a step back from my room to look around the living room. The voice we heard sounded just like my dad's. It didn't scare us. The tone was so familiar. My mom was able to hold a state of bliss for a fraction of a second before becoming disillusioned by the impossibility of its reality. Leaning back into my room, she denied what we had heard, describing the sound as nothing more than a dog bark. Though I don't think it would have changed things if I told her this. What she didn't know was that I'd been hearing my dad's voice in the house prior to that incident. Things had been happening around the house while she was at work. I was secretly excited when we both heard her name be called. I was hoping that this was a chance to confide in her about everything that had been happening around the house while I was alone. However, her being so adamant about what we actually heard made me think that she would belittle whatever I told her, try to explain anything away. Just like how we heard her name in the living room. I heard my dad over my shoulder while I was doing homework at the kitchen table. The inquisitive, he used to give me while briefly inspecting my work in passing. It was his hint that I better recheck my answer. The first time it happened at the new house, the sound didn't register to me past redoing the math problem I was on. Adding the numbers on a second effort gave me a new answer that I'd replaced my previous equation with. After correcting the error in my work, that's when I remembered I was home alone. It made me feel melancholy, a rare memory that made me genuinely miss my dad. Early one morning before my mom left for work, she woke me up and told me not to use the bathroom sink until she got home. She was running late for work and one of her earrings had fallen down the drain. Lifting my hand out from under the covers, I gave her a thumbs up before falling back asleep. The next time I was woken up, it was by my alarm clock signifying the start of my morning routine before school, beginning with my visit to the restroom. When I sat down, I remembered what my mom told me earlier. At my height at the time, the counter of the sink is about neck level. After I got up, I walked over to the sink to see if my mom's earring was visible from the drain hole. Turns out, the earring was very easy to spot because it had somehow moved out of the drain pipe and was now resting in the bowl of the sink. I carefully reached in and pinched the small diamond tightly in between my fingers before pulling it out and setting it on the counter next to the matching one. The presence of my dad was always felt through little things like that. The first day we moved into our house, my mom was grieving. Unpacking boxes from the moving truck was a slow process, one that she undertook on her own. If there were boxes I could carry, I did my best, but the responsibility of unpacking rested solely on her and the allotted time that we had with the rented moving truck. When the last box was inside, we dropped off the truck and drove our car back to our new home. The front of our house only had street parking, but in those days there weren't a lot of cars congested on the road. We also had a designated spot with our address number written on the curb. It's dark, and as our headlights brighten up our parking spot, my mom applies pressure to the brakes before the car pulls into the spot. She's staring at something in front of the car. I have to take off my seatbelt and climb higher in my seat to get at her eye level, see what my mom's focusing on. In the shine of our headlights is a scroungy possum with 5 or 6 possum babies hanging off its back. The mom possum is frozen with its mouth open, staring at the headlights. This was probably the ugliest representation of God's creation, and the sight of it makes me laugh out loud, but my mom's response is to start crying. Her tears silenced my laughter, and she apologizes. Then she tells me that possums were my dad's favorite animal. Finally, she broke a smile under her tears, saying that she never knew why he loved those crazy creatures. Home alone, I'd regularly hear the distinct sound of our basement steps creaking, like someone was pacing up to the top of the stairs and then back down. Every time the footsteps would reach the top, I'd be filled with a growing sense of dread until the sound retreated again. That's when I began to understand that there was more than one spirit residing in this home. The spirit upstairs was separate from what stayed in the basement. Upstairs, the energy felt normal. When I sensed my dad in the room, it brought on a sense of security only a military father could give. Chairs would move and doors would open, but after believing it was him, those things became the same as saying, "Love Dad" on a card. Whereas going into the basement felt like each step was submerged further into a stagnant flood of terror. 14 steps down into a damp, dark, windowless basement. When I'd find the pull string wrapped around the light bulb again, it would frustrate me to the point of calling my mom at her job. Phone calls like these were only reserved for emergencies, but as a terrified 9-year-old, in my eyes, her selfish act was an injustice that deserved acknowledgement. I made it a point to interrupt the greeting that she'd recite when the phone connected. I asked her if she was aware that she'd gotten the string for the basement light tangled on itself again. After a short pause, my mom admitted that she hadn't come home that day. Apparently, for the last few months, she'd been seeing a guy off and on from work. It had been over a year since my dad's passing by then, but I was still shocked to hear that she was dating again. That night, she came home early to discuss her new relationship with a man named Brian. The heartfelt plea that she made to obtain my well wishes enlightened me on what it was like to be lonely as an adult. We both cried during the conversation, but when she was done, I no longer had the arguments I'd compiled in preparation for our talk. We watched a movie together, and she joked with me in my doorway before I fell asleep. The whole time, I was happy for my mom, but her good news made me hesitant to talk about my loneliness and what I was dealing with there. Positive nights with my mom were rare, and I thought my news would ruin the mood. In the morning, my mom had breakfast ready for me and walked me to the bus. What used to be a regular morning routine became a cherished surprise. She'd be gone when I returned from school, and when I opened the front door, the cold gloom of an empty house was there to meet me again. It became normal for me not to see my mom for days at a time. The house was always stocked with food, and I never went without, but she was now splitting her hours thinner with the addition of Brian. At school, the kids started to make fun of me because my clothes were dirty. I would ignore doing laundry for weeks, just so I didn't have to go into the basement. Apparently, my hygiene became noticeable enough to warrant the attention of my vice principal, who pulled me into his office during recess to ask how things were going at home. Not wanting to get my mom in trouble and have more unwanted attention on me, I lied and told him everything was joyful at my home. When he asked about my dirty clothes, my excuse was that our washing machine was broken, but we ordered a new one. It just arrived. I gave him the widest and brightest smile that I could muster, and with that, they let me go back out to recess. The children around me were always so ecstatic near the end of the day, in anticipation of the bell to ring and for everyone to file out of the classroom and go home. I felt the opposite. I would dread when the final bell would echo through the elementary school hallways, especially knowing I had to be dressed in a clean outfit when I showed up the next day, or risk the patience of an already concerned faculty. This meant that I had no choice but to go down into the basement that night to run a cycle of laundry. Gathering my clothes into a basket, I turned on every light in the house and unlaced an old pair of shoes. I tied the ends of the laces together to make one long rope. Then, I threaded it around a cabinet handle, tying it each time it came around. Then, after opening the basement door, I'd do the same thing to the door handle there, wrapping the lace around until it was tightly securing the door from closing on me while I was down there. I knew the string for the light would be tangled up in the fixture, not by a premonition, but by my discovery a week prior, it being the sole reason I didn't complete this task previously. I refused to go down there without being able to turn the light on, so this time I came prepared with a kitchen chair. It wobbled beneath my feet like an earthquake as it balanced above an ocean of black. To reach the light fixture, I had to push the legs of the chair right to the edge of the top step. I pull at the string and it unravels from itself and falls back down to where it belongs. I click the light on, then retrieve the basket holding my laundry. The basement was freezing, and my teeth chattered as I loaded the first basket of clothing into the washing machine. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, up to the door and in between the slats of the stairs while grabbing as many clothes as I could with each handful I loaded. On top of the dryers where I put a big box of detergent and a scoop I used to perfectly measure the amount I put in. The scoop was missing. When I saw that it wasn't within the general area or behind the box, I used my hands and did the best I could to estimate how much I was throwing into the machine. Nothing was going to keep me down there longer than I had to be. I quickly let the washer door slam into place. The harsh metallic noise always hurt my ears, but these washer and dryer units took more strength to fully close than new age models. They wouldn't start otherwise. I ran back upstairs as fast as I could, with the wicker basket in my hands. The feeling I was being pursued had struck me by the first step. Reaching the top, I threw the basket and tried to untie the knot that I had made with the shoelaces. As I freed the doorknob and the door closed, I was able to exhale. In order to be done for the night and prepared for school the next morning, I had to repeat this process 2 more times, once for a drying cycle, and a final time to bring the clothes upstairs. When I heard the washer stop, I brought a chair with me to the door, but the basement light was still on. I still made sure to tie the shoelaces tightly to the door handle before I went down to switch the load over. Then, with the same frantic urgency as before, I raced up the stairs, untangled the knot, and slammed the door. The drying cycle took longer than the wash did. During that time, I tried to distract myself by watching TV. It didn't work. I was all too aware of what I would have to do soon. When the final buzzer went off indicating the dryer had stopped, I must have been overly confident at how simple my first 2 trips had been. Pulling the chair up to the basement door again, I became even more confident when the light was still on. Then, I made a decision I would regret, with unwavering affirmation later. I didn't tie the shoelace around the doorknob, like I'd previously done. Instead, I thought I could retrieve my clothes quicker than the time it took to fasten the door open. Ignoring my better judgments, I slid the chair against the door and hustled down. The dryer is on the left of the washer and is positioned at an angle, making it difficult to clearly see the door. After I filled the basket, I turned around to see that the door had been closed. I hadn't heard the chair move or the hinges creak. Surely, in my heightened state of alertness, a noise like that would have been heard, and yet, with a basket full of laundry in my hands, I stood at the bottom of the basement steps, looking up at a closed door. Then I counted back from 3 in my head before running up the stairs. With a burst, I ran through the door into the kitchen, then threw the basket on the ground to catch my breath. But as the basket landed, I heard heavy thumps of footsteps climbing the stairs from behind me. I spun around and quickly slammed the basement door shut, then put my back against it with all my weight. There was an impact from the other side that almost knocked me forward. The door was pushed out about an inch before it slammed shut again. If I wasn't pressed against the door like I was, the hit would have swung the basement door wide open. That realization brought a wave of emotions that my adrenaline had been keeping at bay. They sunk me to the ground, and I sat, sobbing into my lap while still feeling the door getting pushed from the other side. There was a blanket inside the laundry basket that I could reach from where I was sitting. That night, I cried myself to sleep on the kitchen floor, wrapped in a blanket, pressed up against the basement door. Needless to say, I didn't get a lot of sleep that night. When I woke up that morning, I almost missed the bus. The alarm had been set up in my bedroom, and I couldn't hear it sleeping in the kitchen. I'm usually up before the sun, so at first, I wasn't sure about the glaring light focused perfectly on my eyelids. Registering that it must be the actual sun, I shot awake, looking directly at the clock on the stove. I had 10 minutes to get dressed and run a block to my bus stop. Now awake, I realized there was no sun. It still hadn't fully reached the horizon. I couldn't find any light source. Nothing that could have been shining a glare in the direction of my bed. This was the least of my concerns, though. I had to get going. As I dug through my fresh-smelling clothes in a sleepy haze, I was happy knowing what I'd gone through last night was worth it. Before leaving, I slid the kitchen table against the basement door, and within that 10 minutes, somehow managed to catch the bus. At school that day, I was tired and hungry, but nobody could say that I looked dirty. The week scrolled by without any extra anxiety added to my plate. The table stayed in front of the basement door, and I did my homework in the living room. The night my mom came home, I saw my dad's silhouette. It followed her when she left my room. When her shadow moved from the hallway wall, a second one trailed after. Then, my mom poked her head back into my room, asked about the kitchen table. I told her that I saw a big rat down there when I was doing laundry, that I didn't want it to come upstairs. My mom cringed and told me to leave the table where it was, and she'll handle it when she's off work early the next day. The look on my mom's face was the exact expression I wanted to see. When I said rat, her mouth opened and her eyes got wide. I thought what I did was the same as yelling fire when you're being abducted instead of just yelling. If I told her there was a demon in the basement, she wouldn't have been so ready to inspect every corner of said basement. And at least this way, she'd have to go down there, experiencing and feeling how creepy it was for herself. The next day, it's Saturday, and I watch my morning cartoons. As I pour my milk for my cereal, I see the spoons have already been set on the counter. When these small things happen, I always make sure to say, "Thanks, Dad." It was like he was being more attentive as a father in the afterlife than he ever was on Earth. When my mom arrived home, a second person accompanied her through the door. Standing beside my mother was an older gentleman. She introduced him as Brian. He looked much older compared to my mom, but my mom always looked young for her age. He spoke with a gravelly voice of a committed smoker, and he smelled like he sounded, but he was funny, talkative, and ready to tackle the rat problem my mom had. He pulled the kitchen table away and opened the basement door. Taking the first step, Brian feels around on the wall for a light switch. Then he looks up to see the way that you turn the light on is done by a pull string, and the pull string was tangled around the light. Within a few seconds, Brian had it clicked on and continued down the stairs. Playing up the damsel in distress routine, my mom follows down the stairs close behind him. I stay in the kitchen and wait for them to return. I hear the washer and dryer get slid around, mumbling tones and my mom's giggling. But it doesn't sound like they found anything of significance. When they came back up, it was concluded that whatever got down in there had probably found its way back out. Brian stayed for dinner that night, and my mom got to show off her homemaking skills. Brian and I were sitting at the kitchen table while Mom prepared the food. There's a baseball game on in the living room that keeps the pause in conversations from becoming awkward. Brian's attention is on the game, and I'm watching my mom cut carrots. Beside her, a silverware drawer flies out from its cubby, catapulting forks, knives, and spoons everywhere on the kitchen floor. The noise scares us all. Brian gets up to help my mom and asks what happened. She thinks her apron got caught, and that's what pulled the drawer out. She really did believe that's what happened too, because Brian left that night, and I asked her about it. She didn't even flinch when telling me about the apron thing again. After that night, my mom was back to her regular pattern of being gone for days. Time would pass, and I no longer felt my dad's presence in the house. I think he left the night Brian came around. I no longer heard his voice in my ear. Things that were lost were no longer magically found, and no longer did he chase my mom's shadow when she was home. However, the activity wouldn't cease with his absence. Coming home on a snowy day after school, I passed by our empty parking spot collecting so much snow, the number for our address was totally covered. Walking into the house, I have an obstructed view into the kitchen, and I see the basement door is wide open. The table that was firmly pressed against it is now pushed back enough for the door to fully swing open on its hinges. The lights I turned on earlier that morning were suddenly off. My closest source of illumination was the living room light. It was a few steps in front of me, and I made them quickly across the carpet. I reached into the lampshade and began tapping the fixtures button off and on, but the bulb didn't heat up. Out of frustration, I gently shook the lamp, and I heard the glass jingle around. I reached my hand further up until I felt the bulb. It had been unscrewed, just enough to not activate. After I rotated it twice, the bulb lit up under the lampshade. As I went to the next closest lamp, I found that bulb, along with all of the other ones in my house, had been unscrewed. It had finally made its way upstairs, and the dreary interior of my home would further digress into a hopeless black hole that took energy from me the moment I entered its chambers. The Shadow Man would show himself in my peripherals, but this time he brought a suffocating agitation, one that would smother me enough to lose concentration on whatever I was working on, and then focus intently on the fear of him coming closer. If I looked in his direction, he'd disappear and move somewhere else in the room, waiting for me to find him again. I'd also get progressively sicker in a very short amount of time. My mom was home with me the night that my fever really spiked, and she had to take me to the hospital. Other than dehydration from puking, the doctors couldn't figure out why my temperature was so high. They gave me some medication that brought the fever down enough for me to be released home. I was still in the triple digits, but not hot enough to cause brain damage. My mom took work off for the next 2 days, and when she had to go back, she started coming home right after to take care of me. She even stopped in on her lunch breaks. Brian also stopped by a few times with gifts for me. It was nice to have a full house again, even under such circumstances. When he came over, he would sit in a chair next to the couch that I was laying on, keeping me company if I was awake. The strong, empathetic nature of Brian made me feel safe. I could fall asleep easily when he came over. Then it dawned on me through a dream. I needed to tell Brian what had been going on in the house. He'll be able to retain the information with an unbiased filter. When I woke up, I heard him and my mom talking in the kitchen. I'd almost pulled the covers over me to go in there, but as I listened to what they were saying, their words had me frozen. I heard my mom's soft voice say, "Kill her now." And Brian's low, gruff voice replies, "Kill the girl." They repeated those phrases back and forth to each other. The soft, monotone way that they were talking to each other was so eerie and bizarre. Slowly, I turned my body to look over the arm of the chair, and as I lifted my head, their voices stopped. When I fully looked into the kitchen, nobody was there. A few minutes later, Brian and my mom would walk inside with groceries for the night. I pretended to be asleep when I heard my mom's keys jingle in the door handle. The next time Brian sat down by the couch, I took the opportunity and first tested the waters by asking if he believed in ghosts. Brian smiles big and says, "Well, yes, I do." And then he asks, "Why?" I told Brian everything, and he sat there calmly, listened until I unloaded all of the stories of horror that had been cluttering my life. When I was done, he gave me a hug. He stood up. He grabbed his car keys. Before my mom was done preparing dinner, Brian was back inside with a stack of books about ghosts, demons, how to ward off evil. He got my mom involved, and she was more open to the idea when the words came from his mouth. She was shocked by my stories, but she also felt a sense of embarrassment that I hadn't told her any of it. I can't be sure if everything changed after that because Brian came into our lives and the house wasn't so empty anymore, or if it was the books he gave me, the things I was doing that I thought were keeping me safe, the crystals, all of that stuff. I have no idea if any of it really works, but something about believing that it would really helped. I haven't messed with any of that stuff since I was a kid. Once I felt like I'd gotten rid of it, I didn't feel there was any need to dabble in it anymore. Though I'm still super interested in all of it. Once upon a time when I was young and dumb and extremely drunk, my college dorm mates and I decided to make a Ouija board and contact the spirits that we suspected lived in our large old dorm building. We had heard stories, which turned out to be true, that our dorm had been many things before the city sold the building to our school for next to nothing because no one else wanted it. The stories went like this. Our school had been an old TB hospital originally. This story was bolstered by the fact that we had a crematorium in the basement, complete with 2 large, dark, people-cooking ovens. This door was always locked, but we'd gotten in there to view this macabre wonder several times. Supposedly, there was a nurse who had worked at the hospital, whose husband had left her for a woman he'd met during the war, and so she hated men. This will become relevant later. We found a gurney in some back room. It was old and completely made of metal. The kind of thing that could have easily transported the dead from anywhere to that cold crematorium. The last thing that the building had been before the school gained possession was a not-so-nice brothel. Rumor had it that a prostitute had been slain by her pimp in the creepy elevator, one that was so dangerous it had to be drywalled up long ago. There was supposed to be blood splatter still on the walls. Throughout the place, walls were where they weren't supposed to be, added for convenience and space over time. The basement, which was a series of small rooms, had once been one big room with only the crematorium as an extra body storage. The nursing station was on the 2nd floor, and those rooms were safer. Rocking chairs rocked, posters stared, etc. We decided to contact the spirits of the dead the hard, drunk way. No store-bought Ouija board for us. We got a large piece of wood that was cut into a square, and we cut our hands like lunatics and drew the letters in blood. Then we used a convenient shot glass for the planchette and got about the business of contacting the dead. It moved, of course, and everybody blamed everyone else. I was drunk scared, though, which translates to absolutely terrified. We talked to a little boy first, who wouldn't tell us his name, and seemed almost as scared as I was of something. He kept saying that he shouldn't talk to us because 9 was coming. We laughed, accused each other of messing around with the thing, and kept going, because you're chicken shit if you don't, right? Eventually, 9 showed up, and I don't remember a whole lot about what that thing said, but I do remember that it hated on this one guy in our group so much that it was noticeable it didn't appreciate his presence. He was super cute and went through girls like people go through tissues when they have a bad cold. We disbanded our little Ouija experiment soon after that, going our separate ways to our separate rooms. That night, that guy, the one that 9 was hating on, had a nightmare. It was loud enough to wake us all. He said that that thing visited him in the night. It claimed they were watching him and were disgusted by him, going as far as choking him to the point that he thought he was going to die. She was wearing a nurse's uniform. Hey again. I don't think I mentioned my name last time. It's Trent, but I'm the guy who had a demon follow me to my dad's house on Christmas break. I left school, stopped at the cemetery to visit my mom, and next thing I know, there's a demon in our house. It continued haunting us through the holiday, and I didn't go back to school because I couldn't stand the thought of leaving my dad alone with that thing. Obviously, he wasn't going to let me quit college over something like that, so I did return, and the demon came with me. I'm glad I didn't leave the burden on my dad, but the weeks since returning to school have been insane. My roommate, I'll call him Nick, was already back, and we spent the first night just catching up and playing Call of Duty. Sometime just after midnight, he commented that it suddenly got cold. Only a few seconds later, he changed his mind and said that he must have imagined it. We had the heater going, and he was sitting closer to it. So I immediately thought of the demon, but didn't say anything. We both smelled something rotten a little bit later, but it faded fast. We spent most of the next day out with friends, but that night, I woke up at 3 a.m., freezing, with a dark mass leaning over me. I tried to scream, but a shadow hand reached out and covered my face. I couldn't move, breathe, or make any noise at all. My lungs began burning, and I think I eventually passed out from the lack of oxygen. When I woke up in the morning, I was covered in sweat and had red marks on my face. I didn't want to discuss it, so I said that I must have scratched myself in my sleep. Then Nick said that was wild because he dreamed a shadow man came into our room and tried to smother me. He wanted to help, but he was paralyzed, and that made him realize he was dreaming. So he went back to sleep while I was being suffocated. I'm not blaming him, just stating the facts. I couldn't admit everything that happened at my dad's house until the following weekend when things got even worse. Saturday morning, we woke up to the sound of a blackbird slamming into our window. I got up to look outside and it was lying dead on the ground. It happened 5 more times over the course of the day. The smell also began appearing more often, and we were both having awful nightmares several times a week. Finally, I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. Nick was more accepting than I expected, but by then he was ready to accept almost any explanation. The next day, he invited a girl over from one of our classes because she said she was psychic. I've never believed in that sort of thing, but like him, I'm open to just about anything at this point. She came over later that night and said that she felt a dark presence the moment she came through the door. After walking around for a few minutes, she asked where I might have made contact with the entity. Once I told her it was at the cemetery, she asked if I did anything disrespectful while I was there and listed a few examples, one of which was urinating. Apparently, it doesn't matter that I stepped away from the graves, at least not as far as this demon is concerned. Next, the psychic girl wanted to know about my dreams, so I told her, and she asked if the entity possessed me in any of them. When I said no, she was really relieved, and she said that there might still be time to do a cleansing. It's not like I knew of anything else to try, so I agreed, and she brought 2 friends over the following day. They did some kind of ritual with a bunch of candles, herbs, and chanting, but I didn't feel different during or after, except for how bad the smoke irritated my sinuses. A week later, I had the worst nightmare yet, where the demon was on my ceiling, directly above me, and dropped down onto my chest. It was so heavy, I couldn't breathe at all. It felt like my ribs were going to snap like toothpicks. Meanwhile, the activity around our dorm also started getting worse. Nick had to build a model bridge for a big test grade, but it fell off the desk during the night and an entire section collapsed the same day it was due. The psychic girl talked to some more people that she knows, and now they're coming over this weekend to try something else. She said if they could learn the demon's name, they would be able to banish it, or, short of that, they could try something to trap it in a bottle or box. It all sounds pretty insane to me, but there's genuinely nothing I won't try at this point. I constantly feel like I'm losing my mind. I can't eat, I can't sleep or study. My grades are suffering. I'm always paranoid and on edge. I'm at my absolute limit. If anyone knows anything else I can try, please comment below. I truly can't keep living like this. I can't. Dear Mom Squad, I do seek advice, but I'm keeping this anonymous for reasons I hope are obvious or at least understood. My daughter, who we'll call Allie, is about to turn 13. Yikes. A little over a month ago, she really started grilling me about how she managed to get a set of scars, 2 distinct lines stretching from her left shoulder to the middle of her neck, with no recollection of it. For years, whenever she'd look at them in the mirror and ask, I would remind her that she'd fallen off a horse and gotten a concussion when she was 6. Thankfully, the brush she tumbled into was easy on her bones, but the thorns weren't so nice to her skin. 7 years later, she's looking through a more investigative lens and starting to ask real questions while understanding the world around her. I do my best to answer truthfully. Recently, she asked, if I fell into thorn bushes and hit my head, why don't I have more scars on me? I say, guess you got lucky. However, she's right. The scars aren't from a horse accident. I'm sure there would have been more scars. But I've told the same story for so long, I can't change the narrative without fully coming clean. What is true, Allie was 6 when she received the long cuts down her shoulder to the middle of her neck, and she did sustain a very serious concussion during the incident. She had to receive over 30 stitches and almost bled out on the way to the hospital. Her eyes opened in the ambulance. Then, her heart stopped for a short amount of time. She was brought back to life at the hospital. Allie thinks that her memory loss was just a few days before and after the fall. But there wasn't really a fall. The real timeline was over 12 days before it all happened. Her memory wiped completely of it all. We feared that she was possessed. The sweet daughter I once had became violent and loud. Her eyes even changed colors. We're not a religious family. We don't give in to the whole angel-demon idea, but it was undeniable that something evil had gotten a hold of Allie's spirit, and it wouldn't let go for 12 long days. She refused to eat, and her organs began to shut down. Doctors couldn't help. On the verge of death, I was desperate and I hired a psychic. After meeting with my daughter, they strongly recommended contacting the church. Jesus seemed to be the collective word with anyone we asked. We had no other choice, no options. I called right after the psychic left, and after a brief conversation, members of the clergy were at my house early the next morning. Allie glared at the men as they walked into the bedroom. I'll never forget that look. It was almost as if the demon was punishing me for bringing them in. Allie produced a razor blade. She'd hidden it beneath her tongue. That's when she leaned back and started dragging it across her shoulder and up her neck, cutting herself. It took me and both of the pastor's strength to wrestle the blade from her hand, all of us getting cut in the process. She fights back with incredible strength. We get her arms and legs pinned, and I call 911. While the pastors are holding her down, she starts banging the back of her head off of the ground until she knocks herself unconscious. Her eyes opened in the ambulance, but they eventually closed after she was sedated. Allie would spend 3 days in a coma. When she woke up, the color of her eyes were back to normal. She was confused, and that's when I learned that her last memory was from over 12 days ago. At first, she was scared, didn't know why she was hooked up to all the IVs. I quickly made up the story about the horse, and it seemed to work. She had horseback riding lessons every Tuesday, so it wasn't so far-fetched at the time. I didn't know what else to do. I still don't. I'm afraid talking about it might stir everything up again. Is this something that I should tell my daughter? Would you? The priest didn't even have a chance to bless the place before emergency services were called. But I believe the demon left her body when her heart stopped. I don't want her to have to think about that. I don't want to tell her I don't know when she asks if it could happen again. What do I do? I guess when it comes down to it, what's going to traumatize my daughter less? Lying to her and possibly building a bridge of distrust in our communication, or the latter? I don't know. It really feels like a secret I could take to my grave. But Mom Squad, it takes a village, and I'm in need of guidance. Thank you. Since a young age, I've had experiences with the paranormal, most of them disturbing, but some have honestly been neutral or even peaceful. This specific instance is by far my most unpleasant personal experience with the paranormal, and it takes place when I was about 19. I'm 35 now. I slept with a nightlight in my room that cast just enough dim light to see vaguely in the otherwise dark room. It brought me comfort and honestly still does to this day. I slept alone in my bed in the middle of the room. It was probably around 1 or 2 a.m. if I had to guess, when I was abruptly startled awake for a reason I was initially unsure of. Was it a sound? A presence? I couldn't tell. Everything was hazy. As I came to, I slowly looked to the left side of my bed and saw a male figure standing silently over me. It was repulsive. Patches of stringy hair on its head, pale, rotting flesh peeling off of its face, big, cold black voids for eyes and sunken deep sockets, decaying and jagged teeth, and a look of utmost malice and hatred on its face that filled me with absolute terror. Suddenly, it reached out and with both hands began to strangle me, pushing me deep into the bed. I remember feeling its cold, dead hands wrapped around my neck. I remember gasping for air that I couldn't take in, writhing beneath its horrifically strong grip. I felt helplessness and fear as I had never felt before. I could feel tears streaming down my cheeks as I thrashed on the bed. What was likely seconds felt like minutes dragging on. I could feel myself becoming dizzy, my vision going blurry, and just as suddenly, it was gone. I felt the grip around my neck disappear, along with the figure itself. I went limp, body contorted into an unnatural position on my bed, and began sobbing. I stayed awake all night, shaking uncontrollably. I was horrified that it would come back for me. I thought initially that maybe I'd had a sleep paralysis episode, but that doesn't add up. I was moving the whole time, fully conscious, and not even remotely paralyzed. I try to find an explanation for it and just can't. Was it a spirit, a demon, some other entity? Whatever it was, I hope I never experience it again. 16 years later, and I can still imagine those black, dead eyes glaring hatefully at me in the soft glow of the nightlight. It still sends shivers down my spine. A story from my shameless youth. I grew up in Portland, Oregon. Every pawn shop knows me from those days. All of us go way back. If I walked into any of those places and the same people were still working there, they look upon me with a familiar, light-hearted gaze. They'd see through the wrinkles I've acquired over time. They'd remember my bright blue eyes as I batted my lashes, trying to act cute while haggling over a couple dollars difference when the man behind the counter lowballed the 4 VCRs my boyfriend recently shoplifted. I think I got $30 that time. Shoplifting at the mall wasn't all my boyfriend did. His main gig was parking lot smash and grabs and the occasional home invasion. He didn't usually share how he acquired the things he stole. Our little apartment was filled with the useless shit we couldn't pawn. Some nice things we wanted to keep, but most of our surfaces were cluttered with junk. Incomplete sets that would be worth triple if one more piece was found. Machines a few parts short before they'd be back to new again. That kind of stuff. A lot of it. He once came home with a beautiful pearl necklace that, to this day, I believe was haunted. Something had attached itself to that necklace, and it wasn't happy about us being the new owners. The pearls were placed in a vanity drawer that I would find fully opened again and again after consciously knowing I closed it the time before. It was a drawer that I never used, and yet I'd leave the bathroom and it would be open by the time I returned. The incidents didn't stay isolated to the pearls, because once the presence was acknowledged, it became real. I got home from work one night. Boyfriend was sitting on the porch, freezing cold, smoking a cigarette. I asked what he's doing out there. He looked even more disheveled than usual. I jokingly asked if he got a lace joint, trying to break the weird silence and get him to open up. He tells me why he's standing out there, but his stoic face didn't melt. He had rings under his eyes like he'd been crying, and his eyes teared up again when he told me what happened. He'd only gotten home about 10 minutes earlier. When he walked inside, our bedroom door on the opposite wall was open, allowing him to see directly into our room. He said he made eye contact with someone hiding under the bed. He thought it was me until the figure quickly crawled backwards, pushing further under the bed until it disappeared. Where it retreated to would have been impossible with the way that our bed was positioned against the wall. I don't know if his story made me paranoid, but a few days later, after I'd gotten out of the shower, I was toweling myself off near the bed, and I felt cold fingers grab one of my ankles. The cold grip surprised me, and its release was as sudden as its grab. I thought my leg had become tangled in cords at first, but after I kicked, I didn't feel a weight lifted away. It was like I was kicking out of something, rather than kicking something off to untangle. Like lifting your leg out of long, wet grass or mud. I felt the tension pull back just before it let go. I took the towel off my head and looked down. Nothing was near my feet that I could have unconsciously wrapped my foot in. I was rushing to work that day and didn't think anything past it being a minor inconvenience that I forgot about during the next preparation task. Boyfriend was already shaken up, so I didn't add my story to his. What he'd seen scared him enough to make him not want to go into our bedroom, unless absolutely necessary. We slept on the living room couch for a few nights after that, until I could convince him to use our bed again. Neither of us associated the pearls with what was going on yet. I believed something strange and was leaning towards something paranormal, especially with the vanity drawer. But the necklace hadn't been the obvious culprit until I wore it. There was a handful of times, I swear, it felt like it was snagged from behind and it pulled up to my neck, right under my jaw. I would also slowly develop a rash that resembled burn marks around the areas where the pearls made contact. When the welts formed, I treated it like an allergic reaction. Allergies had never been a problem for me, but there could have been a chemical on the necklace that irritated my skin. The rashes wouldn't clear up. No matter what creams or pills I used to treat the bumps, they had no effect. The pearls were tossed back into the vanity drawer, and I'd continue the routine of finding it open and closing it when I used the bathroom. Then, on one of these visits, I happened to glance down into the extended drawer and saw that the necklace was missing. My boyfriend didn't take it. I don't know how long it's been missing since I noticed. Closing the drawer became such an absent-minded task, I usually just bumped it with my hip while I turned off the lights. Footsteps would trail around the apartment. When we were alone and the other one was at work, it never felt like we were the only ones there. The apartment felt like a gloom had moved in that we'd never shared as a couple up until that moment. The atmosphere was depressing, with no obvious reason as to why we felt so down. I started waking up with migraines after experiencing extremely realistic and scary nightmares. My boyfriend's sleep was becoming interrupted, equal to mine. He was woken up when I started screaming in my sleep on account of the terrible dreams I was having. I'd either wake myself up from this or he'd have to jostle my body in order to stop my screams. We wanted to move, blaming all the misfortune on our apartment being haunted, but unfortunately, we couldn't break the lease. We were also broke. We needed to save up for these changes. A retail worker and professional burglar don't make as much as one may think. First and last month's rent couldn't be scrounged together or pawned overnight. Our living room walls were decorated with neon signs that would all flicker together. None of them had settings to do anything but stay glowing. So why were they doing this now? A smaller glass piece that was shaped into a baseball glove would fall off of its fastened hook and crash into the other signs like a house of glass cards. All but around 3 or 4 survived. The rest became sharp slivers in the carpet left of the front door. The hook that held up the neon glove was still in the wall, meaning this neon piece of art would have had to have been lifted straight up and over its hook in order to fall off. The destruction happened when we were sitting in the living room watching TV together. Boyfriend had been collecting these neon signs for years. He'd even had pieces that he paid for with his own money hanging on that wall. Our lease was up in 5 months. During that time, we waited patiently while our home felt more and more like a haunted house. It used to be nice coming home. Now we'd dread when the other one had to leave, and we'd never looked forward to going back after our shifts ended. A coworker of mine had a litter of puppies that she was trying to adopt off. Boyfriend and I thought about getting a puppy. We decided that it would brighten up the somber feeling we were having. The next afternoon, I brought home a little lab mix that we named Biscuits. He's a very energetic pup and insists on smelling around each and every corner of his new surroundings. Our attention and affection is spent all on Biscuits, and we can't help but feel cheerier the moment he enters the apartment. That night that we brought Biscuits home, he's wandering around in the bedroom. I'm out in the living room. Boyfriend goes to work. The TV's on low and I'm playing on my phone. I hear Biscuits whimpering, and his whimpering is becoming more strained, and I get up to see what he's gotten into. I make a couple loops around the apartment and realize this puppy is nowhere to be found. I started frantically crawling around trying to listen for his squeaks and barks to get an idea of where he was. I narrow it down to the bedroom and look under the bed to see Biscuit's neck tangled in something under there. I dive in trying to free him from whatever's strangling him. When I reach my arms far enough to free him, I feel a strand of round pearls wrapped around his neck. I pull Biscuits out and through the necklace on the bed. I'd been pacing for hours, so right when my boyfriend got home that night, I told him my theory on the pearls. I told him we needed to get rid of them. He agreed. They had to go, and so off to the pawn shop he went. But before he left, I told him, don't pawn them, don't sell them. Just take them back to wherever you got them or throw them away. Something felt wrong about selling them or giving them to some other person to deal with their own horrors. I have no idea what he ended up doing with them, but I was happy to have it far away from me. I never considered things being legitimately cursed until this. Oddly enough, everything stopped. Everything was back to normal. So much so that when the time came, we even signed another lease. So when I was 16, my dad remarried, and I got a 5-year-old stepbrother that I'll call Sammy. His dad went to prison the year prior, and he didn't talk very much afterwards, not to people at least. When he and his mom moved in, the only thing he did was watch TV and hug his blue cat like a security blanket. The cat was called Babby, and she was Sammy's only friend. He didn't want to spend time with anyone else, and the toy never left his sight. His room was next to mine, and I could hear him talking to it at night. I couldn't make out all the words, but he was clearly having a conversation. After a few weeks of this, I heard someone answer him. This wasn't a 5-year-old making a funny voice, and it definitely wasn't his mother. It sounded like an old woman. I thought some crazy lady broke in to kidnap him. My body moved on its own, and I was opening his door before I knew it. His abundance of nightlights made it easy to see, but Sammy was the only one there, just him and Babby. He looked at me confused and a little nervous. I hadn't actually gone into his room before. While casually checking his closet and under the bed, I asked who he'd been talking to, and he pointed to the raggedy blue cat. The only window was still locked, and there was no sign of anyone else being in there. I was speechless. The next day I told my dad what happened, but he convinced me that I imagined the voice, and then a week later, I heard the same old woman again. Instead of running into the other room, I placed my ear against the wall to listen. Sammy asked, "When?" And the voice replied, "Now." Next, Sammy asked, "Where is it?" And the voice answered, "Follow me." I heard my stepbrother get out of bed and open his door, but only him. There was no second set of footsteps. Once he made it to the kitchen, I followed him out the back door, stopping only to check his room, which was again empty. When I caught up to him, he was a few yards away from going into the woods. I was yelling his name the entire time, but Sammy said that he never heard me, not until I was right in front of him. He was clutching onto that cat toy like a sacred object. At first, he tried to walk past me, and I had to physically stop him. By then, my screams had woken our parents, and my dad carried my stepbrother back inside. I told them everything that happened, but Sammy said he didn't remember anything before I got there. The following day, the doctor said he experienced a sleepwalking episode, one that woke me up, and I was just confusing a dream with reality. Never mind that I hadn't been asleep when it happened. When we got home, Sammy came into my room to say that Babby was mad at me for ruining their trip. Apparently, the cat was taking him to see his house, and now they had to wait. I asked him why he didn't say that to our parents, and he said Babby told him not to. Extra locks were placed on the doors, and everyone was on full alert for the next couple of months. Sammy stopped talking to Babby when others could hear, and he learned to whisper during the night conversations. Even if I stuck my ear to the wall, I couldn't hear well enough to know what was said. After a while, I stopped trying, and eventually started to forget about it altogether. The more time that passed, the easier it was to rationalize the impossible, until I went to bed one night and woke up to the sound of my creaky door opening. A set of footsteps crossed the room, and I sat up in a panic, but nothing was there. The temperature, however, felt like it had dropped 10 degrees since I went to sleep, but it was the middle of summer in Arizona, so not cold. My door was wide open, and there was no way that I could go back to sleep without closing it. Halfway across my room, I tripped over something and fell hard onto the wood floor. When I got the lights on, there was absolutely nothing there that could have tripped me, not even a rug. The floor was completely clear. A few days later, I was getting a box of cereal out of the pantry when a soup can fell from the top shelf and hit me in the head. It left a painful bruise. I knew those cans had been pushed way back, away from the edge. We didn't really eat soup, so they'd been up there since my mom moved out more than a year prior. I wasn't climbing on the shelves. I wasn't even touching them. Why would one suddenly fall? The final straw was a couple of weeks later when I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. As I was walking in, 2 hands shoved me to the ground, and I just managed to catch myself before my head slammed on the toilet. I screamed. I turned to see who shoved me, yet, again, no one was there. I also never heard any footsteps. Nothing. My cries brought my dad running, and, too upset to think, I just told him the truth. When he didn't believe me, I got even more upset and told him everything that had been happening to me. That weekend, I moved 2 hours away to live with my mother. She believed me and helped me to get over the whole thing, but I held a grudge against my dad for a long time. A couple of years later, he came to my high school graduation, and he took me to lunch before the ceremony. He apologized and said a bunch of stuff about wanting what was best for me, but the truth is, he just didn't want me causing drama around his new wife. None of that mattered, though. I was happier with my mom. As it turns out, we didn't have quite so many reasons to fight without Dad's drama in our lives. The only reason I even agreed to have lunch was so that I could ask him the one thing I cared about. Does Sammy still have Babby? And no, he did not. 3 months after I left, they caught my stepbrother trying to pry the extra lock from the back door with a butcher knife. He cut his hand very badly and needed stitches, and his doctor recommended a psychiatrist. It didn't take long for the shrink to find out about his attachment to the creepy cat and disprove the sleepwalking diagnosis. The kid admitted to being awake when I chased him outside and how Babby wanted to hurt me. The doctor explained it all away with the new marriage and adjustment periods, and our parents believed her. But then things got worse. When they got home, Sammy was terrified of being alone because Babby was angry at him. He went into full hysterics if his mom even walked into the next room. Hoping to help him calm down, they put the cat in the bottom of my closet and let him sleep in their bed. But he still couldn't calm down, not until his mom promised to keep watch all night. She stayed awake long enough to be sure Sammy was asleep before turning in herself. And Dad doesn't have much patience for that sort of thing, so he stayed up late watching TV in the living room. When he went to bed, he found Babby on the bedroom floor, facing the bed. He was so freaked out and annoyed that he took it outside and burned it right there on the spot. Sammy started to get better after that, but Dad never really knew what to make of it all. That's why it took him 2 years to tell me what happened. We obviously have a lot of family issues, but those aside, I know that cat had something evil in it. Growing up, we used to play with Ouija boards a lot, but nothing actually happened. It was just a game to us, until we were 15. That's when Helen moved to our town. She said that her old house was haunted and that she could see spirits. We didn't believe her, but we asked if she ever did seances or went ghost hunting. Of course, she said that she did all of those things, including the Ouija board. So we invited her over for a slumber party at my house. There were 4 of us in total. After my parents went to bed, we got out the board, lit some candles, and Helen did her thing. We all had a hand on the planchette while she closed her eyes and muttered beneath her breath, but we couldn't understand a word of it. This went on for a couple of minutes until the planchette suddenly began to shake. It was only for a second, but we all felt it. Though it might be simple to push one across the board, I don't know how to make it vibrate without being noticeable. The board wasn't rigged. It was mine. Once that happened, she started asking questions. First was, "Do you want to speak with us?" And the planchette moved to yes. Next she asked, "Were you alive in this century?" And the response was no. She continued to say no to each preceding century until Helen asked, "Have you ever been alive?" And it said, no. She asked for its name, and there was no answer, but a globe fell from the shelf behind us. Despite the vibrating planchette in the beginning, we still believed all of her questions and answers were fake. But how could she make the globe fall? Things only got worse from there. Helen seemed like she was getting nervous. Her voice trembled when she asked, "Are you a demon?" The planchette shot to yes, and my bedroom door swung open. It had been latched shut, and I'm an only child. Plus, even if my parents had been awake, that isn't their style. They have zero sense of humor, as you're about to see. Helen looked at us for the first time since starting and urged us not to take our hands away until she said so. Then she began telling the demon that it wasn't welcome here, and my door slammed back shut with enough force to make me and one of the other girls recoil. We both let go. It happened the instant before Helen could say goodbye. She explained that using a Ouija board is like opening an actual door to the other side, and insisted that we had to close it again. We were all so frightened we would have done anything she said, but before we could start back, We heard loud footsteps coming down the hall. My door had woken my parents. And now my dad was angry. We screamed when he entered. Waking them up had been the last thing on our mind. Needless to say, the board was taken away, and he didn't want to hear about our emergent need to close the spiritual door. Not when he had to be up for work in 4 hours. At first, we were too scared to go to sleep, but over time, we convinced ourselves everything was a coincidence. All of us except for Helen, of course. I don't know what time it was when I woke up again, but it was before 4 because my dad hadn't gotten to work yet. There was a light whimpering sound coming from one of the other girls. When I looked to my right, I saw Helen, shrunken into her sleeping bag, staring into the corner with tears streaming down the sides of her face. I followed her gaze. I saw a menacing, hunched-over figure standing in the shadows, only it wasn't a shadow. The mass looked like a cloud of black smoke, shaped into a crippled old man. Then, before our very eyes, it straightened up and pointed its long-nosed face upwards toward the ceiling and vanished. The activity continued after my friends left the next day, and my parents blamed me for every slammed door or broken dish. I had nightmares of demonic creatures standing around my bed, trying to crawl into my body. I begged my parents to return the Ouija board, but they said I was using it as an excuse. It was 4 weeks of misery before they finally believed me. One day, we were eating dinner together in the kitchen when Mom's water glass spilled by itself. No one's hand was anywhere near it. It just toppled over. Mom pushed her seat back, grabbed a towel for the mess, but her chair wasn't jostled in the shuffle. It remained perfectly upright as she darted away. Then, it began to tilt backwards, as if someone were pulling on it. We all froze as it tipped back on its front legs before being violently knocked onto its side. Mom screamed. Dad sat in confused silence, and I said, "I told you so." Mom was ready to switch sides right then, but Dad didn't fully come around until he was walking into the kitchen and felt a hand grab his leg. It even left fingerprints on his skin. That weekend, I was allowed to invite Helen back, and my parents returned the Ouija board. They also promptly confiscated it again once Helen was finished closing the door. I can't say that I cared. I'd already decided never to touch one again, and to this day, I haven't, but burned into the backyard. I didn't have nightmares anymore. There were no more strange figures. All in all, I'd say I got off easy. My mother is from India, and every couple of years, we would go stay with my grandparents. They lived in a small, poor village, and I never liked going. The smells were awful, the food was terrible, and I still don't like to think about the water. But those were minor issues. The real problem was the demon. At least, we would consider it a demon. Over there, maybe a djinn. I don't really know. They have lots of beliefs about demons over there, but I never spent much time learning about it. The vast majority of my adolescence was spent in Atlanta, and I was insecure about my heritage, so I generally rejected anything to do with it. Now that my grandparents have passed away, I deeply regret my reluctance, but I digress. What I do know is that something isn't right about the land they lived on. From as young as I can remember, there were strict rules about not getting out of bed at night, or in my case, a pallet on the floor next to my parents' bed. Everyone slept with different idols and charms above their heads. They were supposed to protect us, but only if we stayed put. When I was younger, I believed every word of it. My parents always made sure that I used the bathroom before bed, and I even had bells tied to my ankles at one point. At night, I'd hear footsteps puttering around the dirt floor, and sometimes there would be scratching on the walls or a pair of glowing eyes in the dark. They weren't red or anything, just glowing like an animal's eyes, but we didn't have any pets. The most frightening night of those years happened when I was 7. I was almost asleep when a set of footsteps came into my room and stopped directly next to me. I kept my eyes squeezed shut behind my blanket, but the top of my head was still exposed, and I felt a warm breath of air on my head. It was like a big animal hovering over me, sniffing. The last time we visited, I was 14 and in the throes of a particularly strong rebellious streak. I thought my family was paranoid, that the footsteps and heavy breaths were just my cousins. They always resented me for having a better life. The glowing eyes and the scratching noises, they were wild animals coming to steal food because the walls had so many holes. I was just too young and naive to see it before, I thought. Well, this was my year to prove it. During our first night, I decided to chase down anyone who moved. It was almost 3 a.m. when I woke up to something walking in the hallway, and I was moving towards it in an instant. My parents kept a candle burning in the center of the room. Dirt floors, not a fire hazard. They used it as an extra barrier against the demon, and I grabbed it as I passed by. The footsteps suddenly began moving in the opposite direction, towards the back door. To me, this confirmed that my cousins hadn't expected me to actually investigate, and now they were trying to get away. So I chased them right into the backyard. When I got there, I saw a dark figure, one the exact same size as my older cousin, shooting into the tall grass. I went literally 2 steps in, just a few feet behind him, when my mother's voice made me freeze mid-stride. She had followed me outside and was screaming for me to stop. At first, I was relieved because I was about to have proof that the bad, scary stuff was actually just my shitty cousin. But as I stepped backwards, a 10 to 12 foot spectacled cobra struck out exactly where my foot had been. If I'd taken one more step, it would have gotten to me, and there's no way I had a chance of making it to a hospital in time. My initial reaction was anger. I was so focused on proving there was no demon that I forgot about the very real dangers that snakes present in India. Even more so since my cousin should have known better. We've lost family members to cobras. Most people in that village have. I couldn't imagine him running into that grass. I'd gone in right behind him, though. So how had he not been bitten? I ran away from there faster than I've ran in my life, straight past my hysterical mother, and into the house where I intended to show everyone that the cousin I suspected was gone. I wanted to shove the whole thing in their faces. But my cousin was sleeping in his bed. All of them were. Not one person was missing. Now I know you're going to think that someone doubled back through the front door, but they didn't. Even though I stopped at the sound of my mom's voice, the figure's footsteps never did. I could hear them continuing in the complete opposite direction and into the distance. No one is that fast. Plus, it's a tiny house. They would have woken everyone trying to rush back inside. So, who or what led me straight into a cobra without getting bit themselves? This whole incident only reaffirmed my family's belief in the demon. They believe it ran into the field and took the form of the cobra. But my mom was able to save me just in time. Technically, she did save me, but I don't know if I can believe that the snake was anything but a snake. Part of me wants to say that we had an intruder that got extremely lucky, but another part of me has to wonder, what are the odds that we have an intruder on that night of all nights? I'm fully aware of all the stories going around where homeless people live in someone's attic or crawl space, but we're not talking about America. This was a dirt-poor village in a small hut with 4 tiny rooms, all packed with people. There were literally no extra nooks or crannies. My close call scared my parents so much that we didn't go back at the usual time when I was 16. Instead, they decided to put it off a couple more years. And then, both my grandparents died just 8 months apart from one another. My mom never had a particularly close relationship with her siblings, so We never returned. I'm almost 40 now, and I think about that snake regularly. What do you guys think? All theories welcome. My husband had a year-long training for his medical job in the military, so the kids and I were allowed to move so that we could live with him. We thought that we'd really lucked out when I'd found a house for rent in a quaint little suburb of San Antonio, and the owner wanted to rent to a military family. It had 3 bedrooms, a huge office, playroom, a garage, a big storage shed with windows, even an in-ground pool with pool service included in the rent, which was only $850 a month. We should have known it was too good to be true. It was great at first. We had frequent cookouts and entertained our new friends. The kids loved swimming, and it was nice to cool off from the record temperatures. The kitchen was small, but the huge playroom had built-in shelves and a split door so that I could shut the bottom and open the top half, keep my toddler contained but accessible while I was busy in either the kitchen or the living room. And the house sat on a cul-de-sac, less than a mile from the elementary school. We loved it. And then it started. We'd been there maybe a couple of months when we noticed the first sign that something was off. Birds wouldn't fly over our yard. When they occasionally did, they got into gruesome mid-air fights that often resulted in a dead bird falling to our grass. It was like nothing we'd ever seen. The odd animal issues continued. Hundreds of tiny baby snakes poured from a crack under the toilet. No problem, we had it sealed. The mangled corpses of various animals appeared on our yard. No problem. One of our neighbors must have a cat. We thought a cat had given birth under our storage shed. We couldn't see the kittens, but we could hear them. Until we couldn't. We could only smell them. We never saw them. My husband's coworker gave us a kitten. I grew up raising and taming them. This one couldn't be tamed. I still have scars from it. We had to give it back, and once we did, it was like a whole new kitten. I think the animal event that upset me the most involved the nest of little birds they'd made it on our towel stand by the pool. For many weeks, we watched the mama bird sit on the nest. When she'd taken a food break, I'd sneak the boys out to admire the nest, never touching it and warning them not to get too close and never to touch. Finally, the eggs started to hatch. The next day, the mama bird was gone, never to be seen again. When I peeked at the eggs, the baby birds were still inside, half-hatched, dead, with the most horrible expressions, as if they'd died in agony, their bodies twisted inside their shells. I didn't even think that birds could have expressions, but I swear these did. Probably around the time the baby birds died, the noises started. There was an odd scraping noise from the attic. We brushed it off as squirrels or a tree, but it didn't seem right. Then the knocking started. Steady, rhythmic knocking. It would go on for hours, but it took me forever to find the source. Sometimes, out of frustration, I'd scream for it to stop, and it would immediately. The knocking was coming from behind a door in the garage. I didn't know what was behind the door because it was screwed shut, with hinges on both sides that had been painted over heavily. I called the landlady to ask what was in the closet. I explained there were noises emanating from it. She said it was the water heater. I knew it wasn't. I reminded her the water heater was in the closet, in the hallway. She muttered some dismissive excuse and quickly hung up. It made no sense. One day, I crept towards the knocks. Just as I reached my hand towards the door, they stopped. My fingers were still about an inch away, so it wasn't as if I'd pushed shut a loose door. And believe me, the door wasn't loose. I went back inside, and they started again. I tiptoed back out, but again, they stopped when I got close. This went on for a couple of hours. I even said hello one time, and they stopped. But further questions did not elicit any response. I was baffled. Then the nightmare started. I was plagued by terrifying dreams. I was being stalked by a tall man in a tall hat. I never saw his face, but I heard his laughter. I also kept seeing images of these bizarre creatures in my dreams. The head of a dog or jackal, with the body of a raccoon, but the tail of something else entirely. They had red eyes, and I could find no reference to them online. Needless to say, I didn't sleep well at all. I also started getting sick a lot. My pain and fatigue were overwhelming. I spent much of my time in bed, crying. I became very depressed. The scrapes, knocks, and nightmares persisted. Eventually, I became determined to make it all stop. I searched online and in the phone books for paranormal research teams or psychics or anyone that would help me. I couldn't find much, and I couldn't seem to get in touch with anyone. Out of sheer desperation, I called the local Catholic diocese. I'm not even Catholic, but I figured they would know someone that they could put me in touch with, someone that would take me seriously. And they did. They didn't even flinch at my story. They said that I just needed to call this guy, that he was the one that handled cases like these. They had a guy who specialized in this. I thought I was crazy. I called him, told him everything. I was afraid he thought I was nuts. I told him I believed whatever it was intended to kill me, destroy my marriage, or both. He said that he'd need to talk to my husband that evening, and I thought to myself, yeah, he must be planning to tell my husband I need psychiatric help. When my husband got off the phone with him that evening, we had an appointment for the team of men to come to a house blessing. The man had told my husband that he'd had 5 other nearly identical calls that day, after mine. He said that we had an infestation. It was only later that I learned that's what Catholics call a house possession. They showed up with holy water, Bibles, rosaries, and scapulars like these. They prayed, burned incense and candles, read from their Bibles as they sprinkled holy water over seemingly every inch of the house and yard. It didn't help. We had to move. As my husband was packing up the last of our things alone, because I'd refused to go back to that house once I left, he met a neighbor from an adjacent street. Of course, he said nothing to her of the weird happenings, the ones that had driven us away, but she happened to mention something odd. She said that they had been bothered by scraping sounds from their attic. When her husband went to check it out, he saw a bunch of raccoon-like animals with glowing red eyes. She said it was enough to make them consider moving too. I don't know who lives there now or if the subsequent residents have had similar problems, but I've often wondered, but never dared to try to find out. I'm just glad to be rid of that house. I do know that the neighbors had told us we were the first family to rent there for longer than 6 months, and I do know that someone else bought the house 2 years after we left. Oh, and I almost forgot the strangest part. Just before we moved, I became obsessed with getting into that closet in the garage. I stayed up literally all night, fighting to free those hinges. When I'd finally removed the last screw, I decided to take a break and gather myself before I revealed whatever was behind that door. I was exhausted, sore, and drenched in sweat. It was morning, and I'd already gotten my oldest son off to school, and my husband had taken the little one to daycare. I was almost ready. I wound up falling asleep in a chair in the garage. To this day, I can't understand or explain it, but I never opened that door. My buddy Alonzo would never forgive me if he found out I was still telling this story 10 plus years out of high school. Well, we had a mutual friend named Chico who wanted to go tag an abandoned office building. It was located in an old business park that was equally as desolate. Most of the buildings were already demolished, but further down the lane, there was another building. Chico told us about him finding it. He hadn't been through it yet, though. You never know who could be living in there, so it's safer having a crew. It was a Sunday morning when we went down there. I met up with Chico and we picked up Alonzo at the church. He was dressed in his Sunday best, looking like a cheese ball. Crazy bastard had a gun tucked in his pants the whole service. He brought it just in case we did end up running into a dangerous situation. I had a backpack filled with an assortment of chemical colors. We were all relatively talented graffiti artists at the time. We weren't vandals. Our art was not sloppy. We didn't tag uninspired. If there wasn't time for the job, we wouldn't start it. Our plan was to pick one wall and make it something beautiful. We had portable lights and a small stepladder packed in the back, fully prepared to create a masterpiece that day. The entrance of the business park was overgrown with new foliage. The narrow road that led us through the rows of empty land, the greenery made it hard to find evidence that there were buildings there to begin with. The broken pavement made Chico's car shake and bounce us off the walls. The shock absorbers on his suspension were completely worn to the ground, and we felt every bump. The road got so bad, we had to park the car, grab all of our stuff, and walk the rest of the way. Deep back behind a row of trees, bushes, and thorns, we finally get to this office building Chico's been talking up. It was almost untouched by the nature around it. The parking lot was non-existent. The sidewalk, concrete, broken up with weeds like the rest of the pavement. But aside from everything else around it, I remember this building looked like it could have still been up and running. Pristine condition. A 2-story canvas of steel and concrete. There weren't many windows on the outside, and when we walked inside, it was nearly pitch black. Entering wasn't a problem. The front doors were closed, but not locked. The smell of mold hung heavy in the air. We put on our masks before we even busted out the paint, just so we didn't have to breathe in the stale air. Earlier in the week, we'd drawn up a blueprint sketch of the image that we were going to do. It incorporated all of our insignias. The design went through many drafts before we landed on the perfect one. Now, all we had to do was find the perfect wall. Unobstructed by drinking fountains or cubicle walls blocking its view, we dumped our gear and backpacks on the tile floor in the entryway and got out our portable lights. Past the front reception desk were aisles of cubicles and offices behind closed doors. The papers scattered all across the floor led me to believe this used to be an insurance firm. Deeper in the building, we came across an elevator we assumed didn't work. I jokingly pushed the buttons on the wall. None of them lit up, but miraculously, the metal door to the elevator slid open, and the light inside was on. It was really freaky. Nothing else looked to have power running through it, but the elevator was still functioning. We dared each other to go in. Alonzo was the first to volunteer. He pulled the gun from his pants, acted all tough walking into the elevator, scoffing as he passed us. Chico and I stand outside the elevator and watch Alonzo's smug face disappear behind the metal sliding door. We hear the gears of the elevator start to lurch and clink. It actually started moving. Just as it did, we heard Alonzo start screaming like we've never heard before. But given the circumstances, we both thought he was trying to fool us. But then we heard the gun go off and the zing, zing, zing sound of a bullet ricocheting off the metal interior of the elevator. It caused both of us to jump and run to the elevator doors and attempt to pry them open. As much as we tried to pull, they wouldn't budge until the elevator made its way back down and opened automatically. When the doors slid open, Alonzo falls out backwards in hysterics. Tears were falling down his face, while still continuing to scream like spiders were on him. Alonzo gets to his feet and runs out the front. We follow him out and ask what happened. I thought he shot himself in there, but I couldn't see any blood on him. But whatever happened, he pissed his pants. Chico and I probably could have been more sympathetic to our friend, but I think we were just in shock at how wild Alonzo was acting. First thing he says is, "Shit, I dropped my strap in there." I said I'd go retrieve it, and with tears still coming down his cheeks, Alonzo straight up grabs me and says, "Wait, don't." I'm like, "Get off me, dude, chill, what's wrong?" Then Alonzo tells us what happened when he walked into the elevator and the doors shut. The light, it turned off again. Standing in complete darkness, he heard something moving around above him in the elevator shaft. Then he heard the emergency escape hatch open enough for him to look up and be able to see the light from the second floor door. Then that light and depth that he was staring at became blocked by a human figure. 2 glowing red eyes looked down at him through the square hatch. That's when he screamed and fired the gun. It was crawling in head first towards him when the door opened back up. It was obvious he wasn't messing with us. Chico and I stood there with our jaws practically dropped, listening to Alonzo sob out his story. Hearing what had happened made me and Chico want to go in there again, just to see if Alonzo was messing with us, or to see if we'd experience anything. We were scared, at least I was, but I couldn't not try. Amidst his pleas for us to stay with him, Chico reasoned that we couldn't leave a loaded gun sitting in this building. It wouldn't be responsible of us. So, me and Chico left Alonzo sitting on the grass outside as we went to retrieve the boomstick he'd left behind. All of our gear was still laying by the reception desk anyway. We would have eventually had to go inside to get our stuff regardless, so we might as well get it all now, we thought. Chico and I both walked past the lights and paint, making a beeline to the elevator. Chico presses the button and the doors roll open again. The light is on, and it's the only thing illuminating the building. The gun's laying on the ground in the corner. When we walk in, Chico grabs the gun and we both look up. The emergency hatch is indeed open, like Alonzo said. We can see up into the hollow black structure. Through the hanging wires and equipment, we can see a sliver of light above us. Then I press the F2 button and the doors slide shut. Just like Alonzo said, the lights then turned out again before the elevator started to shake alive. I think Chico and I were both getting nervous. Neither of us would admit it, though. Standing in the small black room, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I looked up, stared at the sliver of light as we got closer to it, then past it. Then our doors opened, and it was our first time seeing the second floor. It was beautiful. Large windows overlooking the forest behind the building. We didn't step out and explore, though, because we didn't want to leave Alonzo out there by himself for too long. Pressing the F1 button shut the doors again and brought us back downstairs, just as anticlimactic as the first time we ventured up. We brought everything outside and met Alonzo back on the grass. He asks, "Did you see it?" We shake our heads no and laugh at Alonzo. He never backed down, though. Good for him. Truth be told, I fully expected to see something, and I fully believed Alonzo. It's just that when we didn't get to witness anything ourselves, I guess we felt more emboldened to laugh in Alonzo's face. Either way, none of us ever got up the nerve to go back to that spot ever again. I worked as a cook at a hospital. The kitchen facility was always dark, and I was usually alone when I got there. It was an eerie feeling, being the first one to arrive, prepare breakfast in a dimly lit space. But I never thought much of it until one morning, when things took a turn. As I started to prepare the food, I noticed that items I needed were mysteriously going missing. It felt as though someone was playing a trick on me, moving things around when I wasn't looking. But I was alone. Still, I called out, searching the kitchen, but no one was there. Eventually, I brushed it off as my own mistake, absent-mindedness. But the strange occurrences continued. They happened every day. I was beginning to feel frustrated while also rather unnerved. So, I decided to mentally mark the location of each item before taking my eyes off of them. To my surprise, even with being constantly vigilant, the items still went missing or were misplaced. It became clear that something was trying to communicate something with me, but I couldn't comprehend the intentions. One day, I guess I was visibly distressed or more distracted than usual. A coworker, who's also a friend, noticed and asked what was going on. I hesitantly shared my experiences, and to my relief, she responded and said, "It's happening to you too?" We realized that the same unsettling events had been occurring to her as well. The two of us discussed the strange happenings, trying to make sense of it all. Meanwhile, there was this janitor who worked at the hospital, someone who had always given me an uneasy feeling. There was something peculiar about him. He had an intense fascination with rats, but it went beyond the love and adoration people have for them. He seemed to worship them, proclaiming that humans were the real rats. His obsession with the creatures made me feel uneasy, but out of fear, I tried to make peace with him, always being polite, greeting him whenever I met his presence. Still, he wasn't friendly, only shooting me sarcastic smirks in response. Oftentimes, I felt like he was leaning into his creepiness, trying to create more unease. One morning, driven by curiosity and suspicion, I found myself outside the janitor's closet. As I peered through the slightly ajar door, I witnessed a sight that both terrified and confused me. The janitor was inside, surrounded by a shrine of rat photos and memorabilia, chanting words that I couldn't understand, but I knew them to be Latin. I was much less stealthy as I quickly moved away from the door and back to my area. How was something like this allowed to take place inside a hospital? From that moment on, the activity in the hospital escalated. I couldn't help but feel like it was my fault. I shouldn't have gone snooping. And did he know? The thought scared me, but I remained my normal self, kept up with my greetings, etc. Things continued to go missing, but now, whatever entity was haunting me seemed agitated. It would slam oven doors, knock objects off shelves, all in my presence. I tried my best to set aside my fear and carry on. This wasn't a job I could afford to lose. But then I started hearing a voice that could only be described as demonic. It called my name, taunting me, filling me with a sense of dread like I've never felt in my life. Still, to this day, I've never felt such a feeling, and I survived a major flood in my hometown just 2 years later. This feeling, it goes unmatched. Desperate for answers, I sought out my friend to explain the escalating events. As we spoke, the janitor appeared, staring at us with an intensity that gave us both chills. While walking away, my friend made a comment to the janitor, almost mocking him for his obsession with rats. I don't know why she did this, but right as she did, I grabbed her arm, trying to convey that she should stop. Before he walked away, he turned, cast a malevolent gaze at both of us. Suddenly, the top of the coffee pot in front of us started shaking violently before flying off, landing directly in front of the janitor. Things only got worse from there. A shadow began to manifest, initially appearing in various rooms, but whenever it entered a room, the patient inside would go into a cold blue, often resulting in their demise. It was a horrifying pattern to witness, with the shadow seemingly having a real influence over life and death. Are we the only ones that were seeing this? No, we weren't. One nurse had deemed the hospital haunted, but didn't liken it to the janitor himself. "It's always been haunted," she said very nonchalantly. But then there was the doctor that had had a disagreement with the janitor. Moments after their encounter, an obvious and loud one outside of an OR. The doctor, who had been in perfect health, seemed to suddenly collapse to the floor, writhing in pain from kidney stones. It is possible it's completely unrelated, but I didn't like the pattern I was seeing. It was becoming increasingly harder to ignore, increasingly harder to hide my fear. My friend didn't appreciate how scared I had become at work, daily. So instead of taking my advice and ignoring the janitor, she seemed to antagonize him further, telling him to take his voodoo elsewhere. He only laughed, but he would walk by her and shake his hands at her like he was casting some sort of spell, and then would continue laughing as he walked away. My suspicions of the janitor, they grew stronger when he asked me about my friend. He specifically mentioned the rude comment that she had made about rats in his presence. Was he trying to tell me something was wrong with her? Panic consumed me as I frantically searched for my friend. Eventually, I discovered that my friend had experienced a family emergency. The timing and the strange events surrounding it made me question whether the janitor had somehow manifested something evil through his bizarre practices. In the end, overwhelmed by fear and uncertainty, I made the decision to quit my job at that hospital. The experiences I had endured in the presence of the janitor, they tainted my perception of the entire place. As I left, I couldn't help but wonder if the janitor had really unleashed some sort of malevolent force. But I felt extreme relief, never stepping foot in there again. Who's the most evil person you've met? For me, it would be my ex-brother-in-law and my niece's boyfriend. My sister, who had always had high standards for the guys she would date, was so excited for me to meet this new guy she was dating. She thought that he was the one. We had a cookout at my parents' house for Memorial Day, and she was bringing him for all of us to meet. He was a restaurant manager and sounded like a decent guy. Everyone was sitting out in the yard when my sister and her new boyfriend arrived. I was just bringing out the food and setting it on the picnic table. By this time, everyone but me had introduced themselves. I wiped off my hands on a napkin and turned around as my sister started to introduce me to her new guy. He extended his hand for me to shake. I was looking at my hands to make sure that all the sauce was off of them. As I extended my hand and started to say, "Hi, and raised my eyes to meet his, the exact same second our hands touched, I looked up at our eyes. My knees gave way for an instant. I got a sharp pain going through my eyes and chest. I lost my breath and couldn't speak. The most evil, terrifying feeling went through me as I watched his brown pupils turn laser red. I jerked my hand back. He gave me such an evil smile, like he knew that I had just saw the demon in him, like he knew that I had just seen his secret. I could only think, dear God, he's a demon. Everyone was looking at me. I couldn't take my eyes off of him, like I was just stunned. I could only whisper my name. I backed up from him and excused myself into the house. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. His eyes glowed red. I knew he was evil, and I knew he was going to hurt my sister. My sister came into the house all happy, asked me what I thought of him. I told her I didn't like him. I told her what I saw, and that he was going to hurt her. She was upset with me and didn't listen. Well, she ended up marrying him. A few months later, she became pregnant. In her 4th month, she miscarried the baby. The very next day, he was late coming home. She called the restaurant and they told her he had left hours ago. When he came home that night, he lied and said he was at work. She told him that she knew he was lying. And so he admitted, "Well, I wanted to wait until you were over the baby, but I've been seeing this other girl since before we were married. She doesn't mind if I smoke weed because she does too. I just went along with the wedding because you were so excited about it." My sister was devastated. I knew he was going to hurt her. I could see the evil staring back at me when I met him. A couple of Christmases ago, it was kind of the same thing. My husband's niece brought her new boyfriend home. I went to shake his hand, looked into his eyes. His pupils glowed red. I jumped back in shock. Fear ran down the inside of me. I couldn't believe that I saw the red eyes again. This guy looked creepy, kept giving me nasty looks, like I knew what he was up to, like I saw what was inside of him. This time I went and sat down, in shock. I kept my feelings and what I saw to myself. We were at another in-law family member's house. We left quickly after. I kept getting that feeling you get when you run your finger over a sharp blade, on purpose to see how sharp it is. I knew that he was going to hurt her and that she was going to get cut, but I didn't feel like he was the one who was going to cut her. I told my husband and stepdaughter. I told my husband if he wanted to tell his family, that was up to him. They were always looking for a reason to pounce on me, so I left it up to him. Well, it got around to the family. Of course, I was criticized. But about 2 months later, our niece had to have abdominal surgery after being stabbed, and not by this creepy lover. But she did give the creepy lover her purse to hold on to while she was in surgery. This guy wiped out her bank account, $8,000, all while she was in the OR. She'd just gotten her tax return. She has 3 little kids, too, so it was hard on her financially as well as emotionally. Everything about this guy was creepy. Even if it hadn't been the glowing eyes, I still wouldn't have liked him. I'm not sure if they filed a police report. We weren't included in that info. I'm mainly also curious if anyone else has ever experienced something like this. Like, can you just feel when something is wrong?
My best friend Renee in the 4th grade didn't have what you'd call a good home life. Her mom and dad were always at the bar, so we had full reign over her house the majority of the time. As 4th graders, we weren't having big parties yet, but we were watching movies we shouldn't have been and eating entirely too many sweets for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Then something freaky happened that made me never stay the night there again. It was just after midnight and we're in Renee's living room watching a movie. I was lounging on the couch with the ottoman while Renee was laying on the long sofa. I'm getting pretty sleepy and starting to doze off, my head resting on the arm of the couch, and out of the corner of my eye, I see Renee do a weird whole-body jitter on the sofa, like she had a bug on her or something. So I turn my head and actually look in her direction. As I do, I see her body roll off the sofa onto the floor. She didn't put up her hands to brace herself and smacked her head on the edge of the coffee table going down. At first, I just looked at her, waiting to see if she was joking. But I knew, joking or not, that meeting with the coffee table was not planned. Then she starts convulsing. That's when I got up and ran over to her. I got on my knees and rolled her onto her back. The expression on her face was terrifying. Blood was trickling from the wound on her forehead, and her eyes were rolled back to their whites. Seeing all of this made me quickly diagnose. That's a big cut. That's a lot of blood. Is what she's having a seizure? Being in 4th grade, the only other time I'd seen anything about seizures, it was diabetes. Renee didn't have one of those medical bracelets, and I was about to start running through the house, trying to find one of those big EpiPens to stab her with. And then I thought, no, let's call 911. The house phone's located on the side table next to the couch that I was on, but when I turned from Renee and tried to get up, her hand grabbed the back of my ankle. Her grip pulled me back down to my knees. I turned to look at her. She's now sitting straight up. Then she turns to look at me, but her back remained stiff as a board. Her head rotated slowly to face me, and with her eyes still rolled in the back of her head,
I was paralyzed with fear. I started hysterically screaming at her to let go of my leg. Her nails were digging into my skin, and the pain felt like teeth tearing at the back of my ankle. I tried kicking her hand off my leg, but her strength wouldn't even let me lift it off the ground. Renee's nose starts to bleed a steady stream down her chin and onto her shirt. I'm looking at her, and I can see that her lips are moving, so I stop screaming to hear what she's saying. Mind you, her eyes still haven't left the back of her skull, but what she starts saying was by far the most disturbing part of any of this. I was terrified beyond belief, but up until this point, I thought this still could have been a seizure she was experiencing. I was more afraid for what we were both going through. But she wasn't shaking anymore, and when she started talking, it was like she was whispering a joke to herself in a really deep voice, then a quiet chuckle. Seeing her giggling to herself while I'm crying my eyes out really upset me. I thought, is she messing with me right now? How did she have this much strength in her hands to maintain such a tight grip? Then she gets louder. What she was saying, it didn't even sound like English. The voice I was hearing, it didn't sound like Renee's voice. I could hear two different tones coming from her speech. Her body didn't move when she exhaled with a final, loud, deep laugh. Then, Renee closes her eyes and falls backwards onto the ground, letting go of my leg. Right when I felt her fingers let go, I pulled my leg back and stretched for the house phone that I previously couldn't get to. While I'm on the phone with 911, Renee's parents get home drunk from the bar, Dawn and Arlette. When they stumble in the door, they're in a fight, yelling back and forth louder than I am on the phone. They either didn't notice or didn't care that someone else was screaming inside their house. They were so focused on each other, Dawn almost kicked Renee in the face as he was stepping around the living room. But when he saw Renee all bloody and stretched out over the floor, he started screaming again and swoops up her limp body off the ground. He hollers for Arlette to call 911. Then he sees me already on the phone. Arlette runs out of the kitchen going, What? While Dawn starts yelling in my direction, asking what happened. Now I'm in a ball on the floor screaming back that I don't know. Dawn tells Arlette they need to take Renee to the emergency room. As Dawn runs back out the front door with Renee in his arms, Arlette is staring daggers at me with squinted eyes. She points her finger at me and says, "What did you do, you little bitch?" She shakes her head at me like she's disappointed, then turns and follows in Dawn's route back to the car. With the front door left wide open, I watch their car back out of the driveway and pull off into the darkness. I was left alone, and that sudden realization took the remaining composure I'd been trying to maintain during the conversation with the 911 operator. They were still on the phone. They heard over the call and still sent an ambulance out to take me to the hospital to get checked out. They called my parents, bandaged up the scratches on my leg. I could hear Renee's parents intoxicated, arguing somewhere further down in the hospital. When my parents came to pick me up, I told them everything and begged them to hide me when we walked through the ER waiting room. But my dad said that I wouldn't have to worry about that. He saw both parents passed out on chairs, snoring by the vending machine. When we did exit, we still made sure to get out fast. And that was it. Renee was back at school on Monday and couldn't remember anything that happened. She acted completely normal. When she invited me over after school, I made an excuse and continued to do that until she eventually stopped asking. I was still nice to her at school, but I think she got the hint. If she really didn't remember anything, even though I don't know how you couldn't, especially having to go to the hospital and stuff, like no memory of anything, and now you're just fine. No, I'm sorry. Renee did turn out normal. We were classmates until she moved during high school. Different friend groups, but she was a normal girl. As it was all happening, I thought to myself, dang, I'm never going to forget this. It's hands down the scariest thing I've ever witnessed. I believe I have witnessed demonic possession or something of the like. It was in 9th grade, about 7 years ago. I had a best friend, let's call her Ashley. Well, Ashley didn't have the best upbringing. She lived in Wisconsin, I believe, growing up. And she always told me about how, when she was around the age of 8, her house that she'd been living in caught on fire. She ended up making it out with her father and brother, but her 2 younger sisters and her mother died. She used to always say that she felt something following her. I'd be on the phone with her late at night and I'd hear her scream. I'd hear a thud. She'd come to school with bright red handprints around her ankles from where something or someone had yanked her off of her bed. The first thoughts that occurred to me were maybe it was abuse from her father or her brother. As time went on and I really got to know her father and brother, spending weeks over there at a time, I came to the conclusion it wasn't them. Her father worked hard. He truly wasn't around Ashley any more than I was, probably less. And if her brother were home at any given point, he was usually high, to the point where getting off the couch wasn't even feasible. When I'd be over there, weird things would happen. I'd be getting something to drink in the middle of the night. I would turn the light off, start back down the hallway, and the light would flicker back on. There was only one light switch, at the edge of the kitchen and the living room, and I'd quickly turn around. No one would be there. Well, one night, it was me, Ashley, and our friend Eli over at Eli's house. Everything was going fine, and Ashley had fallen asleep, head in my lap. Eli and I were watching something on TV, when out of nowhere, about an hour into her sleep, Ashley got really cold. I covered her up, and it didn't seem to help at all. About another 15 minutes later, she shot up and took a rather large breath of air. She then got up off the bed and started walking down the hallway. Eli and I were confused, but we didn't bother to follow her. Maybe she was going to the bathroom. She came back about a minute later with a butcher's knife in her hands. She stood at the edge of the door with the knife up, just staring. We then proceeded to freak the fuck out just a little bit. Eli asking me what to do. Had we ever talked about this? Wasn't there something about lining the door with salt? I don't fucking know. Maybe. Let's just try it. Okay. So we do. She hasn't moved an inch, dude. Should we call someone? Eli asked. No. The last thing we need is the police to show. Ashley turns and proceeds to start chanting in some weird fucking language. Latin, maybe talking backwards. She turns to her left, starts repeatedly stabbing the wall, still chanting. We sit there, staring in silence, unmovable. She then turns and throws the knife down the hallway and falls to the floor. At this point, Eli's brother, Jake, wakes up and opens his bedroom door. What the hell is going on? Stay where you're at. Get back in your room and shut the door, he tells his brother, Jake. What? He asks. He walks towards Ashley, and her gaze turns to meet him. He instantly freaks out, jumps into the bathroom, shutting and locking the door. Then she begins clawing at the fucking door. We all just sit there in dead silence while we can hear the scratching at the door. This goes on for 5 more minutes, and she stops. She then makes direct eye contact with Eli. She starts repeating his name over and over again in a horrifying voice. Eli, 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 Eli. At this point, Eli just starts crying. He has no idea what else to do. Well, What happened next is what hit me in my core, made me rethink life a little. Ashley was all of 5'2", maybe 110 pounds, soaking wet. She blew the salt away, backwards, fucking crawled into the room, snatches a recliner out of her way, and grabs a necklace she'd lost about a week prior. The necklace was an upside-down cross, black on some black-colored chain. And then she backwards fucking crawls down the hallway, out of the house. We all sat there in shocked silence, just for a few minutes. After I finally muster all of the courage possible, I take off after her, Jake and Eli soon following suit. We searched for about an hour, and we couldn't find her. This time, we went back inside and called her dad. Keep in mind, it was about 3 a.m., and he doesn't answer the phone. Eli, Jake, and I gather in Eli's bedroom, confused about what to do. We just sit there, and at some point, almost against our own will, we fall asleep. I'm the first one to wake up. I do so in a panic. I walk down the hallway and turn into the kitchen. I glanced right, and their front door was wide open. Then I looked down. Ashley was asleep on the threshold of the door. I wake her up, and she quickly freaks out. How the fuck did I get in here? Last thing I remember, I was laying down with my head in your lap. It's a long story, I tell her. And when I do, she doesn't remember anything at all. I don't know if I encountered a demon or something of that nature, but rest assured, that changed my beliefs quickly. And I don't know if it goes without saying, but I didn't spend the night in the same house as Ashley for a while. I'm not here to claim demonic possession is real, or that I know a goddamn thing about it. I'm just here to relay a story, one that I experienced firsthand, but can't really explain it outside of what I'm going to share here. I was sitting in the doctor's office waiting to have some lab work done. This was all for physical required for employment, and yes, everything came back normal. Then the nurse lady called me back, and I followed her to my exam room. She was really nice, and we just kind of made small talk on the way there. Just as we were about to walk inside the room, she stopped and said, "Oh, I don't know where my head is at today. We've got to go get your height and weight. Follow me." So I follow her back towards the scales. When we get there, she starts to sort of ramble to herself. And I don't know if she wants weight or height first, so I take my shoes off and then step under the height measuring thing. Then she snapped at me. "No, not there, idiot." So, when I say snapped, I mean it. It was harsh and loud, but more than anything, even her calling me an idiot, I was most disturbed by the voice. It didn't even sound like the same woman who'd been speaking before. It was guttural and masculine. The kind woman who had been escorting me moments ago had somehow disappeared inside this monster of a human. Her eyes, I could have sworn they were almost bright blue before, but now they were so dark I struggled to find color. Another nurse heard it, of course, and walked over to see if everything was all right. To which my nurse responded by snapping in the same voice, "Mind your own damn business." I'd never seen an adult person act this way, let alone a nurse. I was shocked, so much so that I hadn't even moved from underneath the height thingy. Then I watched as my nurse clasped her hands over her mouth. It was as if she was shocked by her own behavior, and before I knew it, she was crying and excusing herself entirely. The other nurse looked about as shocked as I did, but eventually composed herself and took over where the last nurse had stopped. Honestly, I was about ready to leave and reschedule the whole thing, but it already took me so damn long to get this appointment I couldn't bring myself to bail. I never saw that nurse again, but I heard her. It was while I was waiting in my room for my new nurse to bring me some pamphlets on smoking cessation. It was that unmistakable, guttural voice, and it was coming from just outside my room. I could hear her telling someone to get the hell away from her. followed by what sounded like someone getting pushed. Needless to say, I was waiting a while, but when I finally got to talk to the doctor again, I asked her if everything was okay with that nurse. I mentioned that she called me an idiot and appeared to be having some sort of breakdown. The doctor just assured me that she would be fine. She's going to take the day off, of course, but she'll be fine. She then asked if there was anything she could do to make me feel better. Anything that could make my experience better. It was weird, sort of like I was at a hotel or something, but I told her I was fine. I wasn't going to lodge a complaint or anything like that. I was just genuinely worried about that woman. She thanked me for my concern, and that was that. I opted to use a different facility moving forward, so no idea whatever happened to that nurse. But I sure hope she got the help she needed, and hopefully it was a priest. I don't know what a lot of people think demons look like, or if they just imagine them internal, or what. But I can tell you that I have in fact seen demons. I know that I did, and also my friend SARA from 3rd grade at St. John's Catholic School. I'd been at the school all of 6 months when this happened. I was already feeling like an outsider. It was my first time in a private school, so adjusting was hard. Oh, and there was also the minor detail that I wasn't remotely religious. Neither was my mom. Instead, it was my new stepdad's idea to enroll me at St. John's. My mom had little of a spine, so she agreed. I'm sorry if that's rude, but it's true. For better or for worse, she's heard it a time or two, so not always from me either. Anyway, the story. 6 months into this deal, I had 2 friends, SARA and Kelly, both my age, both in my class. SARA was wily, charismatic. Kelly was basically a perfect student, a model Christian. I was somewhere right in the middle, the follower. SARA especially liked to get lost. I say that with air quotes because she was intentionally hiding. She got kicks out of teachers having to shut things down and find her, and now me. One day, a busy day for Catholics, in fact, since it was indeed Ash Wednesday Mass, we decided to execute one of her plans. The school and the church itself weren't connected. They just sat in the same lot as one another, but 2 separate buildings. So Mass was going to take place in the church, but we were currently in the school building. SARA says that when the class leaves, we should all pick a place to hide and come out once they've left to the other building. Kelly immediately shuts the idea down, but I, being the follower I am, I agree to SARA's plan. As all the classes shuffle down the halls toward the exit to the church, I tuck myself behind a small wall where I know a class is already vacated. I wait for the sound of footsteps to stop. Almost on cue, SARA and I jump out from our concealed locations and just start laughing hysterically. Then we quickly shut ourselves up and run back to the classroom. I will say, it was notably strange. Before we got to the door, I was scared. As we approached the door, SARA was ahead of me. She stopped, so I stopped. I watched her, just standing frozen in place, staring into the classroom. My fear was now growing, yet I still had no idea why I was afraid. SARA removes herself from the doorway, keeping her eyes focused on something inside. As soon as she removes her gaze, she grabs my hand and starts running us back in the direction we'd come from. Was she trying to scare me? I don't know, but it was working. I stopped us before the exit and I demanded SARA tell me what was going on. Suddenly, I was more afraid of being in trouble than whatever was inside the classroom. She can hardly shape her words, but she manages to tell me that she saw a nun inside that classroom. More specifically, not a nice nun. A bad-faced nun. Most of you, some of you, know that nuns don't typically teach in Catholic school anymore. That's sort of an old school thing. When I was in school, the 90s, and today, the teachers just look like normal teachers. It really wasn't more common for a Catholic school kid like me to see a nun than a public school kid in the same area. In general, nuns are and have been for some time on a steady decline. All this to say that I was sure SARA was messing with me. I told SARA as much, adding that it wasn't possible. Whatever I said, we now felt emboldened as we made our way back down the hallway toward the class. Again, that feeling. But I ignored it, and instead this time, I went first. Nothing. SARA follows behind me as she sees I'm unenthused. She also sees nothing. The air, though, is actually palpable. It's like we can't move forward, and we can't move backwards. I can feel that SARA feels the same sense of dread that I do. I turn to look at her, and I can see that she's terrified. But more than that, I can see just behind her the face of a horrible woman. There's nothing to accompany the vision but a face. No body, no habit, just a horrible face, sitting side by side with my friend's face. I scream. SARA screams. Closing my eyes, we run and somehow manage to get to the exit. This time, we don't hesitate to run through the doors. We aren't shy of making a scene. We definitely feared what was inside far more than any punishment at this point. Truthfully, I hardly remember the repercussions for running off to begin with. The real punishment was with whatever we faced that day. SARA told me the next day, or maybe the next few days, she walked away with actual scratches from the whole thing. How, I'd asked. She said she felt heat on her back just before we screamed. But it was her mother who saw them. She was upset with her, demanding that she tell her who did this to her. I know for a fact that she ended up lying to her mother in the end. She feared that telling her about a demonic nun, it would somehow get her banished from life. Super sad, but actually probably true. I asked her, what did the nun look like? What made her not nice? When she told me, I knew we'd definitely seen the same face. My friend and I lost touch just after grade 5. For some reason, I stayed at St. John's for the better part of my schooling, and I never did see the nun again, or any other strange faces. Of course, I was never looking for her. If anything, I was avoiding her at all costs. I probably became a better student. I never passed the story on or even told anyone what happened. Because as much as it makes for a great story, it always felt like telling it there, inside those walls, was somehow bad luck. And I really needed all the good luck I could get during those years. On my 14th birthday, I'd invited some close friends over. We spent most of our time eating junk food and watching TV. After 3 or so movies, we decided we wanted to do something else. I had bought a Ouija board a few months back and wanted to try it out. I should probably mention that I was the only one who knew how it worked and what it was supposed to do. We all sat in a circle. Each one of us put our fingers on the planchette. 6 of us or so in total. I spent 5 to 10 minutes trying to explain how it worked and what was supposed to happen, answered some questions that they had, and we were ready to go. We began with the question of, is anyone else here with us? Nothing happened for a solid 10 minutes, and we were starting to get impatient. We asked again. This time, after 2 minutes or so, the planchette started moving towards yes. At this point, everyone was making fun of the whole situation. We were almost certain that one of us was moving it because nothing was happening. We then asked, "What's your name?" expecting something completely made up and funny, since one of us would have had to think of something on the spot. Raoul. That's the name that still gives me chills to this day. We asked how old Raoul was. The board spelled 25. We asked how he died. The board spelled car crash. After that, we decided that this was getting too real. We wanted to stop, but in spite of not asking anything, the planchette started to move. We all froze, waiting to see what it would spell. Jackie. After that, we decided it was time to stop. We said goodbye and put the board away. Later that night, an hour after everyone went home, I get a message from my friend. It was a link to an article. Under the link, she'd written, "You're not going to believe this." I opened the article and start reading. It was about a male car crash victim named Raoul, age 25. What really terrified me was that later in the article, it was written that the person initially driving the car, who also died in the crash, was his mother, Jackie. I still talk to my friends about this to this day, and to be honest, we still think that maybe it was just one of us moving the planchette. I know I wasn't, but who knows? Just wanted to share my experience with others, but of course, it's up to you to believe it or not. Thanks. Seems like a lot of people have scary experiences with Ouija boards. Here's mine. Back on Halloween night, 2019, I was at a party with my friend Alex and a couple of his friends. We were all having a good time, jamming out to spooky Halloween music. We'd all been partying pretty good. Some of us were getting tired, but we wanted to play a board game or card game or something to end the night with. One of Alex's friends, Lexi, recommended we do a Ouija board, like in the movies, she said. Now, I grew up in a pretty standard Christian home, and I was always warned around Halloween time every year, stay away from Ouija boards, blah, 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 they're evil, blah, blah, blah. But I didn't really buy into it very much. Well, none of us actually had a Ouija board or knew where to find one, so Lexi suggested we just make our own. So, of course, being the dumb teenagers that we are, we just looked up a design, took a Sharpie, and drew one up. Using an old guitar pick as a pointer, we sat down and started asking questions. At first, the questions were stupid, like, which one of us is the dumbest? Which one of us will make the most money after high school? Just a bunch of dumb questions where we wouldn't get answers. Or if it was yes or no, we would get no's. Like the board was annoyed or something. Well, after a while of asking dumb questions, Lexi thought it would be a good idea to kick it up a notch. Lexi asked the board if there was anyone who would like to talk to us. Then the whole mood in the room changed. It felt colder, and everyone, for some reason, felt uneasy. The pointer slowly moved over to yes. Almost everyone felt super uncomfortable, but one of our friends, Mike, he wasn't convinced. He was convinced that someone was just moving the pointer to scare everyone. Mike decided to conduct a little test and asked the board to name a dead relative that no one in the room knew about. And right then and there, the board spelled out, Eleanor. Everyone started freaking out a little because we all knew Mike's grandmother, and her name was Irene. Apparently, Eleanor was his great-great-aunt, who had passed on before his mom had died. At that point, we were all scared shitless, asked what the board wanted. The board started spelling out extremely vulgar obscenities, weird words that no one knew. We quickly said goodbye and ended the session. We turned on the lights and everyone was so freaked out. We threw out the board. None of us have touched a board since then.